How we feeling, boys? Time to get started? Fuck it, we're doing it live. What's good, nerds? Happy Wednesday. How are y'all? I redid my setup again. Hopefully it shouldn't look any different to y'all, but it feels very different to me. So please be on extra alert for any sound issues because I changed how my sound is routed. And it's not unlikely there will be some problems or buzzing or things. So yeah, if the usual folks could let me know if there are any issues, I would appreciate it because I might have to move things back to the old setup if there are. Ping Discord. Good idea. Let's quickly say hi to y'all. Sup, nerds? I'm going to go do the Discord thing quick. I'll do that not showing my screen. And it is sent. Good stuff. There's an event banner, but not the at everyone, which is where people actually get heard about it or get info. I heard that I have not read the CrowdStrike report. I know it's free views, but is audio on Mac getting routed correctly? I went out of my way to confirm ahead of time. I had to reboot my computer and reconnect my laptop to fix it.
I went over for the first time this stop.
But look at that. It works. Yeah. It was annoying to get that working properly, but I succeeded. Yay. Gonna be a fun day. Got a lot to talk about. Yeah, thanks for stopping by from Indonesia. Let me thank all the subs that I've missed as we got started. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything on YouTube first. Fan funds. Nothing there. Cool. Oh, God. Y'all went crazy already. Thank you to McCammy for the first sub of the day with the Prime. Finally hitting that 2-year mark, Nate. Thanks for stopping by. Julian with the 19 months. Legendary. Emily Nix, bumping up to the tier 3 2 months in. Appreciate that a ton. Doubled the months. Yeah, 100%. That's exponential growth. Who knows how far you're going to be in just a couple weeks. And we got Reese with the 18 months. Thank you for that. And G-Prac with the Prime. What $150? I feel like, oh, the cable. Yeah, $160 cable. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. Inspired you to use Angular. Great. And I thought Twitch auto ran ads. Why are my pre-rolls not handled? I hate to do this, but if I don't do it, then we'll have pre-rolls. And if we have pre-rolls, we don't get new viewers. You already saw ads. I'm sorry, Twitch doesn't agree. I dislike that Twitch makes me do this, but if I don't, then we don't get new viewers. Yo, Max Ben with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that. For sell down day. I'm thankful it was so short. Yeah, it seemed like they fixed it relatively quick. We got a lot of fun today. We got a new store for React. We got structured AI. It's actually very interesting, more so than y'all probably think. We got the button stealer, which I'm quite hyped about. Weird garbage collection stuff in JavaScript. There's a third article I was going to grab for this. Somebody did one about React query specifically, and I was considering sneaking that in as well. I already have 2 articles for this one. We got this very reasonable, unpopular opinion that I want to rant about for a while. Then I wanted to show off Claude and Drizzle and Mint and Glaze. That's a lot of stuff for a day. The more that I look at it, I'm like, oh, yeah, we got a busy day, huh? I also wanted to do more. Let me open up a new tab without. Cool. Medium effort ideas. The two new ones I had is rebuilding Tailwind for no reason. Fuck, I had another one. I had a really good one I was just thinking of that I forgot. I'm going to keep this tab open so I can add it if I think of it. I kind of want to rank these by how likely I am to actually do them. Yeah, the column one's going to be a banger once I like properly prepare for it. Interesting. I'll take a look at this in a sec. I also need to turn on my VPN. Tunnels. There. Declarative dependency injection for TypeScript. This is so far beyond where I live. Why is everybody asking about my Notion right now? I do everything in Notion and Excalibur. That's how it's been for a long time now. Oh, pumped. Good stuff. There's a lot of people showing up for stream today that are saying they're here for the first time. Appreciate that. We got gprac with the Prime, Elemental with the Tier 2 over a year now. We got Leon Prefix with the 3-month, Self IWS with the Prime, and then Phase 17 months in. The man, the myth, the legend, the editor himself. How many times do I have to do this rant? I almost want to make Obsidian a banned word. I don't use Obsidian because Obsidian makes literally no sense for anything I'm doing. To me, it feels like asking somebody who's building like a really interactive web app, why did you use JavaScript and not Go? Like, Notion has a significantly better multi-person experience. It has a concept of a Kanban board for dragging things around. It has a calendar view. It has the ability to make many views for a given stream of content. I can do it from my phone and it doesn't suck. I can assign tasks to individuals and it's a good workflow. Notion has workflow features that are essential to my job. Obsidian's a fun way to keep track of your notes. Yes. I haven't used Obsidian much, so I can't say for sure, but it is my understanding that Obsidian is just this. It is for one person to store their notes in Markdown. I love me some Markdown, believe me. Thank you guys for the hype train, by the way. Yes, I love me some Markdown, but I need a tool to actually organize shit. Oh, LaTeX. Fortuitous Foe with the Prime. Thank you for that. Yo, Luke Lucas. Great name. Thanks for joining the T3 Club over on YouTube. This will be a video, not a live stream. I have the little live thing in the corner. Talk about my new terminal. I have opinions. I have an interesting relationship with Linear. I'm probably not the best path to them. Yeah, I don't think I know anybody at Linear who will respond faster, sadly. I do get money from the Prime sub, yes. Yo, Viewbot with a heart with the 14 months of Prime. Appreciate that a ton. We need to actually get started. I got too much shit to talk about today to not do it. I'm going to dump my tea bag quick, then we'll get going. I watched the video that I'm going to get in trouble right as we start, aren't I? Let me do an offset so I can grab this if we want to. We'll do 1645. Any type IO. Like, cool. The thought of leaving Notion right now drives me mad. I have no reason to do it. I'm not going to do it. I haven't given Arco Windows a shot yet now. I want to rant about... God, I love YouTube. What do I think about the stop killing games thing? For context, for those who are not caught up, Pirate Software did a video, Stop Killing Games, and this video is about...
My name is...
I don't want to play. There we go. Okay. This video is about a specific proposal in the EU. Yeah, the Stop Killing Our Games petition. And this petition sucks. But what's funny about this one for me is it is showcasing one of my favorite features of the gaming space. And by favorites, I mean least favorites. It depresses me, which is that gamers hate game devs. Gamers genuinely look down upon and think of themselves as better than the average game developer. And it sucks that game devs are, I don't know why it's like this, more so than any other field of art. The average gamer, specifically the average gamer who talks about it online and considers himself a gamer as part of their identity, is just a toxic shithead. Like, they're just a bad person. And it sucks that that's the case. But if you don't believe me, you think I'm reaching when I say this, just look at the comments for this video. This video of a game dev who cares more passionately about gaming as a field and the opportunity for artists to create. There are a few people who care more and are pushing harder to make game dev a great place to be than Pirate Software here. And he said that this particular proposal isn't ideal, because it's not. This proposal could make life much harder for a lot of game devs that are just trying to make awesome experiences for their users. So you would think that him coming out and saying, hey, I'm a gamer, a game dev, and a person people tend to like in this space, I think this proposal is bad. And when you look at the comment section, it's a bunch of people who are saying he is dumb. Single-player games that are online only are rare. This is a true statement that Thor made in his video. And somebody replied, not so rare anymore. You're wrong. It's incredibly rare. Isn't the idea to get the companies to give the players tools to run their own servers when the company wants to kill their own servers? No. The idea is to force them to continue to maintain the software over time in a very vague sense that would require something like League of Legends to have to open source their entire backend in order to be in the EU at all. This isn't possible. Meanwhile, whole servers are going up for consoles with shut down digital storefronts. It's just, Valve solved the problem 20 years ago. Their infrastructure works fundamentally differently. And if you actually think that Valve's infrastructure works, I challenge you to play Team Fortress 2. Just give it a shot. Yeah, it's crazy how much these comments showcase the stupidity and entitlement of the average gamer. If they have an idea that takes twice to 4 times as much time to implement, they don't give a fuck. They're just going to push you to do it anyways. They don't understand. They don't care. They think that games just come out of the ether. They just exist one day. And if game devs were less entitled and less greedy, they would Thanos snap a better game into existence. That's exactly what the gamer wants. But since the game dev hates the gamer, that'll never happen. But it's funny because the reality is actually the opposite, where the game devs entitled... The reality is the opposite, where the gamer's entitlement is expecting the game devs to just magically make these things exactly how they want, when none of that is how any of this works. Game devs aren't entitled, the higher-ups are. At times, but less so than you guys would think. Like, games are more expensive than ever to make. The number of people it takes to make a AAA, or especially like a quadruple A title, is insane. And if you can't make money off of the people watching, or And if you can't make enough money off the people playing your game, maintaining it sucks. It's just not viable. And it's the harsh reality. And it's just, I have never been so bearish on gamers as like an archetype as I was after reading this, or after watching this video, then reading the comment section. So we're not reading the proposal wrong, and your understanding of the crew thing is wrong. Watch Thor's video if you haven't. The problem with the crew thing is almost certainly a licensing thing. It was about exactly a decade after the game came out, and they shut down the game because the sequel is out, and they didn't want to renew the licenses for the original and maintain the servers for a game that had 10 active players. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Yes, there's 2 sequels out for the game. Yeah. Why is roses are red, file uploads were tough. Thanks to Theo's upload thing, they're no longer so rough. I love it. I'm screenshotting that one. Thank you, Bullzone. Pumped that we're actually solving problems for you. I have been wanting to do an In Defense of Electron video for a long time. If it was as simple as just open sourcing the game server, sure, but it's not. I haven't done this video yet. No, I've been wanting to for a bit, but I have not. The problem with React Native Desktop is there's no Linux target. Let's figure out what we're ranting about first. Honestly, I'm kind of curious about Mint. Want to dig into this for a bit? I think that's where I want to start. Let's do it. Yes, it was on Pirate Software's channel, yes. Dropped out of university at 17. Now, a few years into your career, it's virtually impossible to get a U.S. visa without one. Oof. Where do I think the direction of tech workers and U.S. immigration stuff is headed? Yeah, it's a bit of a mess right now. There's a proposal. Trying to find the right place to start. O1s suck right now. It's annoying. If you have a company that wants you badly enough, they can do a lot of advocacy to push you over the line, but it's not easy to do because they have to basically prove to the US government that you are a uniquely skilled worker that they are unable to find an alternative for as a citizen, which is harder to do without the degree, but it can be done. I've seen it happen a few times. The other path that is finally supposedly going to start working, I forgot the name of this specific type of immigration because I'm US citizen, born and raised, so I am admittedly very poorly versed in these things. It is my understanding that there is a new immigration type for entrepreneurs. Once your company has raised a certain amount of money, if you own 10 or more percent, you're able to immigrate much more easily. But the actual process to get that approved has been backed up for like 2 years now, so it hasn't actually been a realistic option. But it is my understanding that is going to start changing soon. But I don't know much about any of this shit. And if your goal is to actually like get into the US, it's not easy right now. And that sucks. And I really hate that. Like it is incredibly unfortunate that there are skilled workers that could be benefiting the US economy and US businesses, making us more successful as a nation. Like Luke Lucas here, that is unable to get in. That is a fundamental failure in our immigration system. And I'm sorry. It should be easier. Feel free to DM me, Luke, on Twitter, or I guess Discord. I should be able to see it eventually. Once you get the ball rolling, if you want any advice on like pushing things through or just like a sanity check about stuff, I have a couple friends who are going through the process right now as well, and I can do my best to put you in touch with those people. I know my roommate has some law firm that's pretty good at the stuff too that I can link you up with. But yeah, right now things kind of suck, and I'm sorry. Yeah, it's basically been proven that immigration is a net positive to basically any economy. So it sucks that we're not just embracing that. But yeah. Canada's entire immigration system is propped on how bad the US's is. That's hilarious. Of course, Luke. Sorry again that it's been such a painful experience for you. We need to start filming. I'm going to start filming. Thanks again also for the giant super chat. It means a ton. Cool. Time to talk about Mint. Ooh boy. It's been a bit since we got a new... How do I want to open this one? Also, am I centered enough? Yeah, I'm centered enough. That's fine. Cool. Been a bit since we had a new programming language for front end. We had JavaScript, then Elm for a little bit. We had CoffeeScript and eventually TypeScript and TSX and JSX and all of that. But it's been a bit since somebody really tried to rethink the programming language that we're writing our front end applications with. Well, restart your timers because, sadly, you got to restart that JavaScript timer because we have a new one today, Mint. And I'm honestly kind of excited to take a look at this. It's a very interesting approach that feels a little more like a hybrid between React and the fun things going on and like, how do I want to take this one? I'm actually quite fascinated with this approach. I want to take some time to dig in and explain to y'all what's going on in Mint and why I think it's interesting. So yeah, without further ado, let's take a look. Obviously, the first thing on the homepage is this component example. We have a state, we have functions that are defined here for increment and decrement. Really interesting piece here is the next keyword. Fascinating. Excited to learn more about that. And we got the render statement here, which has your usual HTML. I did see something interesting in chat that I was not aware of, that apparently it's written in Crystal. Is that true? Because Crystal is one of the most underrated languages that I've wanted more excuses to dig into. It seems so cool. Everything I've seen about Crystal, from the syntax to like the environment, is dope. It looks a lot like it learned the right lessons from Elixir, but the syntax and the performance is much better because it's LLVM, so it compiles to native code. Yeah, has typing. Notice that both M32 and string respond to 2S. Nice. So now it knows just from what you're doing with it. It has the inference for the input types that something like Rust has. Nil checking. Oh. Yeah, this language has been fascinating me for a while. I've really wanted more of an excuse to like dive into Crystal. And if this is going to be the direction this brings me in, I'm excited. Ooh, styling properties built in. I actually do like this. The idea of these keys being part of the language in the component definitions. It's a very interesting approach. Vaguely reminds me of in React with Flow, the component directive and things like that. But having it be part of the language itself, this deep in, is very interesting. We got data management with records, stores. Very interesting to have a record type and a store type. The record defines what a given to do or entails, which is a label and a Boolean. And then we have the property items, which is an array of to do. Very interesting syntax. Add to do of to do, next items array.push, delete to do items array.delete to do items. Interesting, you pass the whole to do and it is smart enough to theoretically know what to do with that. Connect to do's, exposing, add, delete. Interesting that you can connect a store with just the word connect. My one immediate concern is it feels like there's so many of these keywords. There's now other routes. To be fair, having routing built into the language, is there any other language that does that? I can't think off the top of my head of a language that has a concept of routing built into it. Usually that becomes part of the framework instead. Very interesting to see that at this level. But also, you can just write JavaScript inside of it. This is how I actually first saw it, was an example of somebody writing JS just inside of one of these things and then passing out the results because it just lets you, which is quite cool. And obviously, as we've now seen, batteries included. There's a ton of stuff in it, including a code formatter day one. Very exciting. Let's learn more. I want to see the blog. What has inspired this language? Is there a better, like, why Mint? Okay. That's actually a good start. Mint is a language specifically created for writing single-page applications. It is a compiler and a framework combined to provide great developer experience while allowing to write safe, readable, and maintainable code. It was born out of the frustration of the JavaScript language and ecosystem, NPM, and the Elm language and its not-so-open development practices. I called the Elm thing. It was very clear this was inspired by Elm. So why choose Mint over JS? JS is not a strongly typed language, which makes it difficult to write error-free code, and it leads to not so great developer experience. Also, it does not have the tools to create web applications out of the box, so you need a framework and a compiler and build tools as well that increase the complexity. So why would you choose Mint over Elm? Elm has great DX, but being a purely functional language leads to some boilerplate code, and it makes it harder to learn. It's also not possible to contribute or influence the language in any meaningful way. Yeah, from what I've heard, Elm does not like external contributions much. I don't know too much about the drama there, but interesting to see that this developer seems frustrated they couldn't contribute to Elm and made Mint as a result. Mint combines the DX of Elm and the expressiveness of React to create the perfect language for building single-page apps. After 1 year of dev, Mint has the following features: good type system, good error messages, formatter, components for composition, stores for data storage, styling, routing, JS interop, immutable data structures, and much more. Fascinating. I am curious how Crystal is involved here. Did anybody confirm that that's the case? I guess I can just go to GitHub and see. Yeah. Damn. I've never seen a project built in Crystal this hardcore. That's dope. I kind of want to play. Fuck it. Are we going to play with this? Let's set it up. Let's do it. VS Code extension. The CLI. Let that install in the background. Probably going to take a bit because I'm sure I have plenty of updates. Cool, that should be good in a sec. Let me get the VS Code extension quick. Install. I have that way too big, so I was doing things yesterday. I'm going to just close cursor quick. Good thing I hid my screen. I had environment variables of error shown there. Cool. Mint, that's installed. How's this going? It is gone. Nice. CD content, make dear mint. Do I init with their stuff? Let's see. Mint, init, mint app. Good start. An attempt was made. See if I just need to source again. Nope. Do I have to manually install OpenSSL maybe? Sandbox. I wanted to play with it on my computer though. I wanted to actually use it. Install OpenSSL. Yeah, that's what I was figuring. Sprue install OpenSSL. It's already installed. It expects OpenSSL 1.1 though. Can I do that? Why is there an ARM build of OpenSSL 1.1? The fuck? I'm on an Apple Silicon Mac. Add libSSL to path. I don't even know where my fucking libSSL binding is. Then the default install goes to ops, so some path issues. Ugh. I'm just going to use the sandbox. I don't feel like fighting my pathing and Mint. I could search to see if others have ran into this. Mint library not loaded. OpenSSL. Let's try that. Should probably do 1.1 because that's what this is expecting, right? Yeah, never mind. I'm just going to use the sandbox. I tried. I gave it an honest go. Oh, you found a issue on GitHub. I'm going to build the ARM binaries of Mint, sort of described. The Crystal Lang GitHub action doesn't support ARM runners. Ugh. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, they need to solve the ARM binaries issue. It seems like they have not gotten there. RIP. Anyways, we'll play in the sandbox. Can I make a new one? Because all of these are recently updated and just all named My Sandbox by randos. What happens if I log in with GitHub? Nothing happens. I'm sitting here waiting on the sign-in page and it's just spinning. I might try installing from source. Fuck it. Their website seems very upset right now. Nothing is resolving. It's just like everything's in the loading state. Like I'm just trying to navigate to mintlang.com and it's not navigating. Did we hug of death their site? It's not the VPN. I tried other sites already. Oh, cool. It's letting me authorize there. Authorize. Have others confirmed the site's, not opening there? Did we just hug of death? Mintlang? I just wanted to check out the new language. We tried. It's going to be a lot harder to learn it without the site. This is going to link to the site, isn't it? Yep. Apology tweet. Do they even have a Twitter? They do. Where is Sob? These are all from 2022. RIP. How up to date is the GitHub? People are still posting. Still things happening. I saw some hype around it recently, which is why I'm bothering. Yeah, I'll be building from source if I can get to the actual page with the instructions for it. Oh shit, gentlemen programming with the raid. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it a ton. We're currently trying to get this new programming language for front end working, but I accidentally killed their website by opening it on stream. Their Hetzner VPS couldn't handle the love. Damn right. Yeah, shout out for gentlemen. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for stopping by. For those who don't know me, I'm Theo. Mostly talk about full stack web dev stuff, but tend to talk about all sorts of programming things. Right now, I'm trying my hardest to play with this language because I couldn't tell. I film all my YouTube videos live. I have my list of things we're filming today here. And right now, I'm in pain because we tried installing this new language with no luck. Brew, uninstall, mint. Is it mint or mintlang? It's mintlang. Install that. It tries to send you to fucking user local bin. It's not ready for Apple Silicon at all. Yeah. Yeah. RIP. Mustache Brothers, damn right. Thank you again for the raid and stopping by. Hope you guys had a fun stream. I don't use full screen mode ever now. The site's back? Oh boy. Cool. Let's see if I can finally sign in with GitHub and then actually use the sandbox. Look at that, I can, finally. Let's play. Cool. Now we have the language. Gonna go back to, we'll hit the learn page. Hopefully it loads. Emphasis on the hopefully. So we got state, counter, just equals, right? To the format. Format button doesn't appear to work. Increase. Man, once you have an IDE that works, everything else sucks. Next, counter. What's the syntax? Counter +1. One immediate thing that feels weird is that the state bindings are accessed this way. If I was to have like state other counter equals 17, and I was to render that as well. Also, how do I render them? Like this? Cool. You like that syntax. Do you always have to put the render :HTML, or is that just like a preference of this particular person? Div. Yeah, the formatter just doesn't appear to work in the browser. Is there like a reason? Can I check the console? Does it make like a network request for that that's failing? I am so curious. Okay, yeah, it is. And these are all just pending requests now. Fun. They format on server side. I didn't press anything. It just crashed. I feel bad. I just wanted to try a different language. This is reminding me of a tweet. Cody had an absolute banger this morning. The longer I play around with Go or HTMX, the more I want to just go back to Next. It's how I feel whenever I try like much newer things. Oh, God. Main site's dead again. Rip. Well, you can't say I didn't try. I gave it an honest go. You unironically think Docker's the best shot. You're not wrong. I hate that, but you're not wrong at all. Do they have a Docker container? A build directory. Might just need to like orb stack it up. Help commands. I haven't used a Docker file locally in so long. I only ever like deploy them. What's the command I'm looking for to just run that Docker file in this folder? I just wanted to use the Docker compose and Docker file here. Docker run? And just Docker run here? Oh, I have to tell it. Run Docker compose up. There we go. Thank you. So useful, chat. Linux AMD 64 does not match the host platform. We'll see how that runs. Well, let me even run it. Does not appear to want me to run it because of the mismatch there. Yeah. I'm giving up on this one. I gave it an honest go. One last try on the sandbox. Oh, it formatted finally. Nice. Can I compile it though? I've read out a button. this increase here. It has one right there. Oh, it requires strings. That's actually a nice thing in the language. I like that they require strings in the body because JSX has a lot of weird issues because they don't do that. The strict requirement is actually kind of nice. Cool. The thing I wanted to see, now that we actually have this working, and if y'all could not go to the website while we do this, I'd appreciate it. So much for that. Remember all those people who said that $5 VPS is enough and you don't need to be running serverless and all these other things? This would not happen if they were on serverless. Just saying. Steve Jobs' iPhone 4 launch moment. Imagine if they used a $5 VPS for the iPhone 4 launch. Yo, Diablo with the 50 gifts, covering their server costs for a year with that. Thank you so much for the gift subs, man. Appreciate it. Will it load again? I'm trying. I am genuinely trying. I need to wait until I solve some of my Cloudflare problems first so that we don't get fucked by me revealing the problems. I don't have Rosetta on my Mac, and I'm not installing Rosetta on my Mac. Rosetta free zone here. No x86 64 if it can be avoided. No Rosetta because I don't want to have things try to use x86 when they don't need to. Odd. I'm giving up on this one. I gave this an honest go. I wanted to try. All of the things I've attempted have not worked. And I think it's time to give it up. I do genuinely like a lot of what I'm seeing here. And I really like the idea of taking the lessons from React and applying them to a language similar to Elm. There is something genuinely really exciting here. I just wish I could have played with it because I really genuinely wanted to. Yeah. I gave it a shot. Let me know what you guys think and if I should check out any other languages. And until next time, peace. Cool. Kind of want to film a different intro for this one as well. I'll do that now before I change the marker. Yep, alternative intro filming time. It's been a bit since there was a new programming language for front end. We saw Elm back in the day. Obviously, we have TypeScript. We had CoffeeScript if you're old enough to remember that. We haven't really seen something try to take the lessons from modern web tools and technologies. There is one language that has been playing around with these things a bit more, though. Mint. And honestly, I'm kind of excited about it. If you want to learn more about this language and see why I'm excited, feel free to watch this. But no, if you want to learn a bit more about why I'm excited, definitely watch this video. But I wanted to preface things ahead of time that it was a bit of a struggle to get this running. I did eventually give up. They didn't seem to have things working yet for AMD, or they didn't seem to have things working for us ARM Mac users at all. And I might have accidentally crashed the website a few times. Sorry about that, guys. I promise I am actually really excited about what y'all are working on. And yeah, this is my best attempt to share that excitement. So without further ado, let's take a look at Mint. Cool. New intro done. int, not mint. Typos. I want to see if I can get it to load. Nope. Rescript's really interesting. I used to keep an eye on ReasonML back in the day. Let me thank all the subs I missed while I was doing that. Missed a bunch of y'all. Sorry about that. Thank you, Violet Fox, for the kind words. Pumped that you liked the TS release vid. That was a really fun one. We got Just Isabel, 11 months in, so close to that 1 year mark. Thanks for stopping by. We got 4-0 with the 3 months. Appreciate each and every one of those. We got Yash over a year at 16 months. Legend. Griffadev with the 5 months. Pyre Die with the 22-month streak. 25 months total. Over 2 years of subs. We got EC Win with the 19-month. Kabir with the tier 1. Thank you so much. We got the raid from Gentleman. Thanks again for that. We got Tropic the Dev here with a year of constant subbing and 16 months total. We got Diablo with that huge bomb again. Thank you for that. Artem, I think I missed your gift subs. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for dropping that. And we got CD Dev with the 24 months, 22 months sub straight. Thank you for that. And then Mr. Bubbles with the 7 months. Thank you all for the support. This is a different Docker file. You know what? Fuck it. We'll give it a shot. There's a different Docker compose, right? Not so see how this will be different, but why not? If this works, I can actually film it. This is actually building the image on my system. Image magic. They probably have some image optimization built in. It'd be really cool if this worked. The buttons are very nice. We'll get there in a bit. Don't worry. Oh, shit. I missed a 10 bomb on YouTube as well. Thank you, Luke, for that. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, it's entirely random with the gift subs. Laptop's getting a tiny bit toasty from this. It's actually working. I don't know if this is enough to make a video as it is. I'm going to put it there, but I'll let, I'll just put some notes. Not sure if this is videoable. I'll defer to Ben and Gabriel. Real intro is at the end. Cool. Never heard of them. YouTube gift subs are almost certainly going to be based some amount on the amount of chat activity. Also, the likelihood that you resub, that was a big factor on Twitch, is optimizing to gift subs to people who are the most likely to turn that into a real sub later. Yes, the Mintlang site is down. Oops. And Twitch gift subs are absolutely not random. I need to respond to a couple texts quick. 1 sec. Cool. I don't use warp because it was slow and the features didn't give me anything. L. If the mint site's up, it will be up for an amount of time and then it will go down again. Cool. I confirm my one suspicion there, but yeah, not something I want to keep fighting. You know what? Maybe for the mint thing, potential path to save it, film me playing with it off stream when it won't go down. Might just film more off stream to save this one. Then we can take what we have and get the rest working, hopefully. The great NPM garbage patch. Okay. I have no idea what this is, but I trust you. Let's do a quick prioritization run here. Button Stealer's promise, so that has to happen today. Glaze is new. I would like that to happen today. The new store thing I would like to get to. Structured AI is really high priority because this one's like a recent release. Label priority. The rest I think can wait. Oh, I remember the other medium effort idea. I built an entire app with AI. This one's going to be so painful. I want to take an app I've already built and see if I can prompt my way to success with it. That's an idea I had a while ago. It's going to take like hours to film, and then it's going to be a miserable edit as well. But I think there's a lot of potential for that idea. So if you think that's high effort, you have no idea what my high effort ideas are. Like my high effort ideas are like my documentary on OpenAI, or my very deep breakdown of all the drama around the React Roblox stuff. That one's going to be nuts. I'm still early in research for that one. It's going to be a wild fucking video. That one's not being filmed live. That one might even go on a different channel that's like just for like heavy, like overly produced things. But I'm like trying to book interviews and shit for that one. Yo, Lucas, more support over there. Appreciate that. What do I use now for my terminal? I'm using Alacrity. It's been really solid so far. React Roblox. Oh, Sebastian, do you not know about that? Did you know that there is a Lua rewrite of React so that Roblox can have a decent UI framework? And the story of how this was made is fucking insane. It's actually one of the craziest, like, behind the scenes drama stories I've ever heard. The individual details of how this came to exist and all of the drama and internal politics that led to it also led to the fork of it happening. React Lua fork. The community fork, the js.lua fork specifically, is the blessed one. And this is, if you're looking into it and want to like use it or even just pay respect to the people working on it, please use this fork. So Roact was shit. Roact was awful. Roact was so awful that it was causing massive performance issues in all of Roblox. So they started from scratch with a separate React Lua rewrite. But React Lua is effectively an entirely different code base from Roact, where Roact was a poor attempt at quickly porting the React like syntax into Lua. React Lua was a line-by-line rewrite of the React code base in Lua. Oh, you don't know Roblox? Oh, yeah, Roblox is a really popular video game for kids. this is why I'm filming a really long video on it. This will come out hopefully by the end of the year. If you guys are excited about that, let me know, and I will get that prioritized. Also, since I saw Sebastian's here, I haven't checked the This Week in React enough recently. So I'm going to now to see if there's anything important that I've missed for this week. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I haven't checked the last two. So I'm going to give both a quick scan to make sure there's no big topics I'm missing. For those who don't already subscribe to This Week in React, by the way, the fuck are you doing? It is basically what I do, but more React focused and much, much more planned. That's interesting. The X-Date store, I was going to do this one. I'm really excited about that. I saw that you had your own thoughts about event-driven interfaces, and I think I'm aligned. I actually don't know if I saved this in my notes for it because I did want to include that. That's a good start. Maybe this one's not ready for prime time just yet. Maybe the reactive UI management system needs to handle different screen sizes a little better. Command minus fixed it. It's not open source either. Fuck it. Never mind. Oh shit, my server owns video made it in here. Good stuff. Let's look through 194 because I missed this one. Oh, yeah, the RS Next stuff is nuts. Ooh, I like this concept. Owner or props versus parent props. Or owner components versus parent components. This is a thing I'm saving to look into. Creating your own stores. Use state. My video on this one's going to be nuts. The Are We Past React? I already filmed it. Ooh, this could be a fun one, actually. Why does everyone love Zustand? Why does everyone love Zustand? Shout out This Week in React. Cool. Good stuff. A Flutter SEO. I'm not going to talk about Flutter if I don't have to. I have not recorded that one yet. That one's on the list, though. Yeah, the ads being way too loud is a thing that I hate. I totally understand and agree. There's WebAssembly in WASM. Oh, God. Nothing too videoable. Thank you, Gabriel, for the check. Many owner component PRs from Seb in the React repo. Looks like dev tools will print owner component stacks now. Ooh, interesting. Watch any of my Flutter videos to learn why I hate Flutter. I have a lot of reasons. Okay, so now we have all this. Let's prioritize quick, and then we'll get going. The garbage collection stuff is blowing up now, so I really need to get that one done today. Structured AI is high priority because it's like breaking news. Why is it still so fucking hot in here? Why does this keep changing? Cool. That is all handled. Let's get going. I'll bring chat in for this one. Why not? You'll have to update an untouched app or an untouched for about a year Flutter app because of Google's minimum version policies. Oh boy, yeah. Let me know how that goes. I don't think that'll go too bad, thankfully. Like the Flutter DX is good. Flutter's issue is not developer experience; it's user experience. It cannot make a good app for users. If it has the 2-finger scroll, it's probably Flutter. Yeah. Wait, I think I have SoFi. Let me see. I can detect Flutter very quickly. Oh, I don't have it installed. I think I have an account though, so let's give that a go quick. Open. I have to log in and shit. I'm not gonna deal with that right now. Later. I thought they had hot refresh. I was pretty sure they did. Anyways, I want to film this. Let's do it. I thought that I was already signed in. I just had to reinstall the app. That's the issue. I'll deal with it later. Oh, you're trying to get it Mint working for me still? I really appreciate that, Night Danny. You need a few more changes. Is this the only thing that I had to change? Or were there other changes in here? Oh, yeah, there were. You know what? Fuck it. We'll run this in the background and see if we can get back to it. Am I just running some random viewers Docker? Port's already in use. RIP. Can I just change the port? It's binding too quick. Cool. Wait, that's done? Huh. Look at that. Actually got Mint working. Fuck yeah. Good shit. Nice. And my autosave's working too on it. That's cool. Good shit. Do I go back and finish this video now? Okay, we're going to poll quick. What next? Finish Mint vid, OpenAI Zod vid. Oh God. Yeah, time zones are super painful, Luke. Okay, seems like people really want me to just go finish the Mint vid. Let's do it. So after all of the pain of trying to get Mint working, a chatter showed up, Night Danny here, with a repo that just works. They did it. They fixed it. They saved me. I can just run this now, finally. So huge shout out to them for getting this actually working, because I was not confident at all that that would happen. But now, if I open up this here and my editor there, honestly, I'm going to swap which one is where. Yeah, look at that. It's all working. It even has hot reloading working and auto save, or I have my editor currently configured to save on change, which I should change. I'm going to toggle auto save off just so it stops doing that. We'll do red, save, cool. That all works as expected. Let's actually play a bit. I marked this, right? I vaguely remember marking this. I just want to be sure I did. I did, cool. What did I miss here? Ooh, very good catch. Throwing that in the notes for this one for sure. Thank you, by the way. Cool. I'm going to just close these for now. Let's actually play with Mint. So I want to get back to where we were, which was state count equal, or does this be interesting? Can I just do state count equals 0? Is it smart enough? Pretty sure it is. Fun increment. Next. Look at that. Super Maven already starting to catch up on the different language. If I do a span. Also, can I do class equals app for this to give it some properties? Oh, because div : app already has that. So can I display flex direction column? I don't need the rest. Oh, I forgot to close the span. Cool. It's pretty smart about fixing things too. And then can I just put count here? I have to do something for that, I remember. Mint lang. If the site loads. Number.toString. Do you always have to wrap in brackets when you're parsing a value out like that? That is probably my least favorite syntax so far, if so. I'll just count. Button on click. I had to put this in string wrapper. But yeah, that appears to work. Now we have that. We can increment. And the thing I was trying to check earlier out of curiosity was like other state. If I had two different states in here, would this working like that break the other one where I'm not setting something here? It appears that it doesn't. Can I do other state count times 2? Interesting. Oh, because it's not using the new count. Cool, that works. Let's have some more fun here. Oh, you can, or can you do getters? Trying to think, like, just from my intuition, what would be the right way to set up a doubler? If I did like state double equals count times 2, is it smart enough to make this work automatically? I would read their docs to figure these things out. Invalid self-reference. You're trying to reference another entity on a top-level entity before it's initialized. Interesting. At least they give you the warning for that. I'm going to drop the hot take that your docs should almost certainly be a static asset on a CDN. I respect that they're trying to like dog food their product by using it for this. Like, that's cool. I do genuinely respect that. But it sucks when you're actually trying to use it and the site's down because they didn't use a big enough server for the load they're getting from me covering it. So it's like positives and negatives, but that negative sucks because I really just want to read the docs and I can't. Can I just go to their GitHub maybe? Is that it for docs there? Where the hell are the docs kept? Archive.org is going to be so slow for this. Runs quicker on Internet Archive. That's how you know you're a little screwed. But at least I can use this. Pages. Computed properties. This is what I'm looking for. Oh, there are getters. That's what I was looking for. Cool. Get double. And is it... You just... Bear returns I don't love. But this should theoretically just work. Look at that. There we go. This is such a weird hybrid of like new school hooks React and old school class components. It's genuinely fascinating. Where like, how do I word this? Like having something like this that is effectively a hook and this way of updating it, but then having a getter for the derived value. I see why the signals people are as crazy as they are, because being able to bind something without having to set a getter for it would be nice, but it is kind of cool that I can like couple together all of this functionality. Like this is the state. And having this all here like that is nice. I still don't love the bare returns. I wish I could like do more here and then return when I choose to, or have conditions with returns, but people like this. I understand why. Just not my thing. What other features are there in here that I should know about? I do kind of want to play with the routing. So it's cool to have routing built in the language. So do I just put this at like the top here? What happens when I do that? Ah, variable missing. So give me more info on how to actually do the routing. Is there like a getting started? Or is the main component where I put the routes? No? People are asking, is next a function call? No, it is my understanding that what the next call does is it effectively tells the component to re-render. That is my understanding here. We could test this with like if. Can I do an if same in here? How do we do ifs in this? Hide that. Yeah, control flow examples. Oh, cool. That's what I figured. If count mod 2 equals 0, then we'll just count as count plus 1. else next count plus 1. It is my understanding, and I very well could be wrong here, but it is my understanding that what this will do now is I'm going to find a record that matches. What? If I put next here, will it be fine with it? Interesting. I clearly don't understand the next keyword. I was trying to infer what it did, and I inferred incorrectly. Let's take a look at the next keyword then. Very helpful. So next is a necessary thing to tell the renderer, hey, I'm updating state in this component. So this is effectively like the use or like the set state call, but affecting this specific component. Very interesting. I really did want to get the routing working. Do they have any examples on the GitHub of an app with working routing? I know they have the one big Mint UI. Or is it the real world one? Source. Main. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Do I have to make a separate routes.mint then? Does this have a magic like thing it does? Just by existing? Only one way to find out, right? Routes.mint. And let's see if that still errors out on me. It does. Cool. Slides with page ::. Home, and I have to go copy the definition, main mint. Interesting. Let's see if that's enough. Could not. So like, where's application defined? That's API, I don't give a shit. Main. Send a blog above? Okay, let's see if that helps me out. Ooh. Mint routing. You use the routes blocks to define. Post ID, do something. Huh. I feel like they built in routing, but they also make you build your own router with it, which is very interesting, where like this file doesn't actually tell you which route to go to. It effectively lets you change the state based on what route you're on, but you're doing the state change yourself, and then you're triggering the render yourself too, which is fascinating. I don't know how I feel about that approach, but right now my gut feel is not great. So I guess we need to go make our application store. appstore.mint. I also have to make the enum, right? I'm going to do not found home and counter. Cool. So we have that done. We have that exposing. I'm going to take all the state that I have in here and throw it somewhere else. I'll do like counter.mint, paste that here, counter, kill that binding. And then in here, we're going to leave that as main application exposing. Dump out all that. And then in here, drop that. Most of these don't exist, so we'll change this to counter. Kill initial, register. Theoretically, okay, why is that mad? Promise state page, page home, function set page, page colon page. Don't really care about the promise for it. So that's for defining styles, which we're not doing here, so it doesn't matter. No, we are doing it in that one. We aren't doing it in main. And the route. This is a lot of work to set up a router, I'll be honest. Home. I'll change this to counter. We'll kill that. Okay, so expecting it to be page. The compiler's aggressive, which is cool. Nice, we did it. All it took was 4 files and a much deeper understanding of how all these parts come together. I'm going to commit this so I don't lose the state, but I'm going to try to squash this all into one file. Third time's the charm with learning how to commit. Love that. I'm going to minimize that for now. Okay, so what I want to do is compress this all into one thing. So we're going to cut, paste. I'm just going to full screen this for a sec. Delete file, cut, paste, delete file. Cut, paste, delete file. If this still works, I'll be kind of pumped. It does. Fuck yeah, that's so much better. Okay, I feel better now that I don't have to like brute force that into a bunch of different files. And we can move things where they make more sense. So we'll move this all up. Because now I can be like routing stuff. Root for page renders, and then counter page. Cool. In the example here, how do they do links? Not there. It's just ahrefs. Cool. I can do that as well. That's for the counter. We'll paste that in here instead. I can even give it a style. I will say the styling being like this and bound in that way is actually kind of nice. So if I do like div : nav, I can style nav, display flex, row, space between. Cool. Nice and easy to do that. And I'll kill most of these routes and add the counter. And I forgot to wrap it in a string. Well, autocomplete forgot to. And now we can mount a component. Never tried yet. Hopefully that works. Counter. Nope. An attempt was made. Why would that not work? Is it that? There we go. Cool. I just had a field on that was causing it to match wrong. I'm going to change up the copy here. And then double. Cool. Also going to kill the background color here. It's kind of lame. Give it some padding. Gap for px. Font size 20px. Nice. Look at that. And now we have an actual routing with a home page and a counter, all happening, as far as I understand, on client-side JavaScript. So if we go to the network tab to confirm, home counter is just refetching the favicon and nothing else. This is all happening in client-side JS, which is kind of cool. Also means it feels nice and snappy. Good shit. I'm starting to see it. Starting to see the vision here. The fact that I can co-locate everything in one file makes me feel significantly better. Oh shit, I'll go bro with the raid. Thank you so much. We're in the middle of digging into a strange new web-based programming language. It was a bitch to get set up, but now that it is, I'm starting to see the light here. Fascinating. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it. I film YouTube videos live on Twitch all about code stuff. So for those who aren't familiar, thanks for stopping by. We'll be here and chatting about all sorts of fun stuff. Later on, we're going to be talking about structured AI, some state management React stuff, some garbage and NPM. Should be a fun stream. Cool. Site's not as down at the moment. We should try fetching some data. That'll be a fun challenge. Is there a search? Is there no search in their docs? How do I do a fetch call? Okay, we're getting some good pushback in chat. Hell no, this is really some Ruby bullshit where everything pollutes global scope and you're left alone guessing where the thing came from. You're not wrong. Their blog is better docs here. It's actually a really good starting point. I'm going to yoink this. Then we're going to get status, commit all in one file. Because I'm going to nuke my current contents and replace it with that and see if it works. Seems like that is out of date. It also seems like at some point they changed from status, or from like a next being status colon there. Previously it was equal and now it's not. This part I can copy and use. I'm curious about the sequence thing, though. That seems very unique. Where the fuck do I find more about sequence? It's not lifecycle functions. No, this is just component did update while on mount, etc. Yeah, this is from 2019. Jesus. Can I just get rid of the sequence wrapper? Or could I just do try maybe? Do they have that or equivalent of that here? No. We'll just never catch any errors. Does that syntax not work? What the fuck? Too much has changed. I don't like that. Maybe it's let. I did see them using that in a few places. That is it. Field on an entity which is not a record. So I'm not awaiting that. This sucks. What do you got for me? Oh, you're just gonna put a wait in front? Huh? That is not working. Double equals? I don't see what that would change. See how they do async. It would be really helpful if their docs had search. I just wanted to try a simple example fetching some data. I'm really confused why that didn't work. Okay, it's a result type. How do I unfurl the result type? HTTP get, HTTP send. It doesn't. I'd have to case on it. Is that the new syntax? Is that what I'm looking for? Oh. Can I bracket for this? You guys said you wanted to see me code more in my videos. Hopefully you're getting what you asked for. Does this example just not work? Can I switch that back to debug.log for it? See if that works. What do you, it's, oh. The fuck? I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard here. Do they have an updated guide on HTTP anywhere? Like, how is it an SPA if they don't give me an HTTP solution? It sucks. I really like the syntax, but I can't actually showcase it because none of the shit works. The fuck? Can I just get rid of this? Okay, not all possibilities are covered, but when I cover them, it doesn't match the typing. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Do they show in the real world examples, maybe? I never thought I would say this, but I miss fetch. I genuinely miss fetch. So try to remove let. I don't see what that will do. Yeah, that breaks that. They change it so you need to define a variable with a value. So old syntax and old guides are broken. Error. Debug.log failed. The fuck? Did Gabriel give me more hints? Yeah, it doesn't help me at all. Fuck. Yeah, I appreciate the effort. Somebody said to try this. I'm not sure if it'll actually shut up, but I'll give it a shot at this point. I'm desperate. Yeah, nope. No luck. How crazy is it that, like, I can't do anything here that it will shut up about? It's honestly a little unbelievable that there is no guided path to getting this working at all. Yeah, a plea to the Mint devs, if you actually want people to use this and it's not a dead project, make an actual getting started guide, because I feel like I'm going insane right now. Like, if this was like a 20-year-old project nobody had touched, that'd be one thing, but you're still shipping updates. These have to be on an old version of Mint for this to work. Do you actually log the version of Mint you're on things when you use it? Because this is all last year, and I think they changed how you bind variables to. So this doesn't work anymore. If I go to their blog, so I find when they changed this. Nope. You know what? I'm giving up. I gave this an honest shot. The fact that I can't run any of the code from any of the examples anywhere without a billion things breaking is enough for me to confidently not recommend this, which is sad because there's a lot here that's cool, and I wanted to showcase more of it. I really hope nobody watches this and says I didn't try hard enough, because Jesus Christ, I haven't tried this hard to get something working in a minute. I gave it my all. I gave it an honest shot. I wanted to love this, but they make it really hard to run, which in turn makes it even harder to love. Peace, nerds. Cool. I kind of want to film yet another intro now that I've went through all of this. Last try. Can you throw us in a gist? Or is it here already? Let. I'm looking for. Yeah. I give up. Let's film that other intro, and then we're going to be done. It's been a bit since we played with a new programming language for the web. We've had a bunch of attempts, everything from obviously TypeScript, back in the day CoffeeScript, the little era of Elm, for those of us who are deep enough to know. It's been a bit since I tried one of these new languages, and there's one that's very interesting to me. It's called Mint, and as soon as I saw the syntax, I realized I wanted to play with this and talk about it with y'all. I want to have two things clear up front, though. First, just because I'm talking about a new technology doesn't mean I recommend everybody rush and go use it for everything. I have a whole video all about why I don't think you should immediately adopt new technologies, and it's actually better to wait if your goal is to make things that work and get a job and advance your career as a whole. I'm not saying don't learn new things, or I'm not saying don't learn new things if you're interested. I'm saying don't force yourself to be interested in things you're not. The other thing I want to say is that this was a bit of a mess. I tried so hard to get this language working, to use the website and just showcase some of the cool things it does, and it fought me every step along the way. So know I went in trying my hardest to showcase what's cool about Mint and why I think it is interesting. But every step I felt like I was getting pushback from the language, the docs, and everything else involved. So this is as much a journey into my madness of trying a weird language as it is an actual showcase of something I found cool and exciting. Know all that going in. Should be a fun journey. Without further ado, let's take a look at Mint. Cool. Fast HTML is happening soon. Do it enough and you get good at it. Cool. Let me thank all the subs I missed, and then we'll get started again. Missed Emily Nick's gift. Thank you so much for that. Oh, I missed a bunch. Shit. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, we got CD Dev. I think I thanked you guys already. Regardless, appreciate it. Mr. Bubbles with the 7. Temo with the 3 months of Prime. We got Renegade with the tier 1 for 19 months. Sam's 2-stream streak that he lost the much longer one. We got the Mac Rusher with the Prime. We got Kabir with the 5 gifts. Thank you so much for dropping the gift bomb. Really appreciate that. We got Philip with the Prime. We got Artem with the 5 gift subs too. Appreciate that a ton. We got Alazov with the tier 1. Thank you so much for that. Wouter stopping by. 25 months of subs. Appreciate that a ton. Emily with the gift. Algo again. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm going to shout him out. I should have earlier. Shout out Algo, bro. And we got Doc Devs with the 5 gift subs. Appreciate that a ton. And Badesky, Igor. Excuse me. And yes, those are pipes. One of the things I was excited about in the language. Gave it a shot. Anyways, I gave that a very, almost too honest of a go. I'm going to go add to the notes. Real interest at the end of the extra bit. There's a video in there. Maybe alt titles. I tried to love this language. This is beautiful, but it doesn't work. There's a couple angles for that I can try to save that video. But yeah, we got to talk about the structured AI stuff that I have been delaying and deferring because of all this chaos. Get the order of events here. Oops. Correct. Grab chat. Oh shit, the gifted memberships. Thank you all for the support. And another 10 gift bomb from Luke. Thank you again. Really appreciate it. Did I miss anything else that you and crew were gifting? No. Regardless, appreciate it a ton. Title suggested why docs are important. Oh man. I need to get this started, guys. I appreciate all the cool things in chat, but we got to film. I filmed one video so far and we're almost at 2 hours. That does not surprise me, Gabriel. Agor is a fucking legend, and you two collaborating is very exciting. Let's get started with this one. Cool. I know, another AI video. It's not my favorite thing either, but you know what I do love? Zod, the formatter. Wait, why am I talking about Zod? This is a new OpenAI release, right? Hear me out. This is actually really cool. The changes that OpenAI just announced make life as a dev potentially consuming their stuff way better. And I'm genuinely hyped to see this focus on DX coming from OpenAI. No longer do we just spit out a prompt to the void and hope it comes back in the right format. The string that you get back could be anything, and chances are it's not exactly what you want. If you want structured data, like let's say an array that has the name of a city and when it won its last Super Bowl, you can't really get that because you never know what the AI is going to respond with. Well, that used to be the case, but it has finally changed because OpenAI just announced structured outputs in the API. Very overdue stuff. Can't wait to dig in. Let's take a look. We're introducing structured outputs in the API. Model outputs now reliably adhere to a developer-supplied JSON schema. Finally. And yes, the Vercel SDK did this, but having it supported first class by OpenAI is dope, and there are some catches here that are worth talking about too. I have a couple other things pulled up, so don't think we're just reading these notes. We're going to talk about the flaws, the positives, the negatives, as well as how Vercel's SDK compares. Last year at Dev Day, we introduced the JSON mode, Last year at Dev Day, we introduced JSON mode, which was a useful building block for developers looking to build reliable applications with our models. While JSON mode improved model reliability for generating JSON outputs, it does not guarantee that the model's response will conform to a particular schema. And this is ones in chat, if you've ever gotten a schema definition, like an expected output from an API that tells you what types everything will be in the JSON, and then you got something else back. I want ones in chat if you've ever dealt with malformatted JSON coming in with different types than you expected. Yeah. If you thought that was bad already, now imagine that schema is being hallucinated. Now imagine that an AI is just redefining the schema whenever it feels like. Actual hell. Making sure that the model actually conforms to the schema, I would argue, is necessary for this to be even vaguely useful. Like, I just cannot comprehend how somebody would, how to put this? Yeah, I just can't comprehend how miserable it would be to consume JSON from an API that at any point might just spit it out in the wrong format. And that's kind of been the experience of consuming these things through OpenAI in the past. Today, we're introducing the structured outputs in the API, a new feature designed to ensure that model-generated outputs will exactly match JSON schemas provided by developers. Isn't that cool? The same way you can use something like Zod to make sure a user is submitting the right data through your form, you can now use it to make sure that OpenAI is giving you back the right response. Generating structured data from unstructured inputs is one of the core use cases for AI in today's apps. Developers use the OpenAI API to build powerful assistants that have the ability to fetch data and answer questions with function calling, extract structured data for data entry, and build multi-step agentic workflows that allow LLMs to take actions. I swear some of these words are just made up on the fly. Developers have long been working around the limitations of LLMs in this area via open source tooling, prompting, and retrying requests repeatedly to ensure the model outputs match the format needed to interoperate with their systems. This is painful but hilarious to me. The thought that you might redo the query over and over again, hoping that eventually you get a response that fits the format. Oh, the non-deterministic nature of these things is painful. And I actually don't think AI wrote the blog. Most of the OpenAI blog posts are actually really good to the point where they could not have been written by AI, which is funny because they're the company building the thing that half of blog posts are now written by. Anyways, structured outputs solve this problem by constraining OpenAI models to match developer-supplied schemas and by training our models to better understand the complicated schemas themselves. On our evaluation of complex JSON schemas following our new model, GPT-4o 2024-0806, kind of crazy they made a new model just to push this new feature. Their structured outputs now score a perfect 100. The previous version scored less than 40% for actually following the structure for the outputs. That's hilarious. Prompting alone without a structured output mode was only hitting like 36% of the time would it follow the structure. Let's give that a shot. Sign back in. Give me a second. It's probably maximum my VPN. Correct. It's absolutely maximum my VPN. Cool. We are in. I want to come with a good question to ask for an example. List all of the movies George Lucas directed and follow this format or as a JSON response. Do not include anything in the response that isn't part of the JSON, as I intend to parse the response directly. The format of the JSON should be the following. Movies. Movie name. I should put these in strings just to make it less likely it's dumb and wrong. Movie name. String. Movie release. Year, number. I'm just going to do release year and name, make it a bit easier for it. So here I am telling it to list all of George Lucas's movies as a JSON response and follow this format. Let's see how well it does. Look at that. It actually got it somewhat right. That's cool. We hit that 40%. And yeah, I did sneak in a trailing comma. Thankfully, it got that right. Now do the same for all of Harmony, or all of Spike Jonze movies. Yeah. Not the worst. It was for GPT-4, not 4.0. Let's try the GPT-4 version, see how that works. And I'll also try Claude quick, because I'm curious. Make a new ChatGPT-4 request. It didn't even code block it. It still got it right, but it didn't put in a code block, which is kind of funny. Let's try Claude. I've been using it a bit more. They also forgot to put it in a code block, which is funny. But at least they got it right and they responded much faster. Interesting. It's better without code block technically because you would have to pull it out of the markdown. Yeah, not wrong. Fair. Let's keep reading though, because I didn't manage to break it with that really simple example, but I am sure if you got more complex, it would break quickly. Their numbers themselves even say it would. But apparently, the new structured outputs is hitting 100%. Yeah, I have to scroll this over. They hit 100% with structured outputs. If you say don't put extra stuff in, the code block's incorrect. Yeah, fair. So how do we use the structured outputs? First, you make a function call. Structured outputs via tools is available by setting strict true with your function definition. This feature works with all models that support tools, including all models GPT-4o, 613, and 3.5 Turbo, and later. The structured outputs, or when structured outputs are enabled, model outputs will match the supplied tool definition. Interesting. Parameters. Yeah, strict true being a thing you can pass now is very interesting. Conditions. Very interesting. They had a thing here, the output JSON, see how it actually comes out. Okay, it's actually an interesting one. This is a complex like table response where you have a table name, columns, and then a bunch of conditions. And each condition has a column, an operator, and a value. And we can actually see the formatting here for that. Yeah, parameter, type object, table name, type string, enum orders, column, type array, items, type string. Enum, so it has to be one of these. And then conditions is an array, but the item in it is an object that has these properties. It has a column, which is a string, an operator, which is a string, but it has to be one of these strings, and a value, which could be any of the following. It could be a string, a number, or its own object that has its own stuff here too. Then order by, which is again enummed. That all makes sense. Can I prompt GPT-4 with this prompt and see if it fails? I don't feel like setting up the API, so no. Yeah. Somebody asked, how much do we want to bet they're just rerunning your query until the response actually conforms? That's a great question. I've seen an interesting theory here, though, from Kevin Yang on Twitter. This was yesterday. There was some research published, a study on the impact of format restrictions on performance of large language models. Specifically, what this called out is that we observed a significant decline in an LLM's reasoning ability under format restrictions. So it seems as though if you are restricting the output format of a given AI prompt, the quality of the response tends to go down somewhat significantly, which is a very interesting realization. The suggestions that I saw in the comments were also interesting, which is what I would not be surprised if OpenAI was doing is you have a first step, which is the model giving you an unconstrained output format. So you just ask the question and it gives you a response. And then you use another, ideally smaller and cheaper model to take that output and then restructure that the way that you actually intend. Because AI is good at giving you responses with a big model, and it's good at doing weird formatting tasks with a small one. The combination seems really interesting. Yeah, this post is from January of this year that showcases what they mean. So you do the input into a black box LLM, you get the results, you then pass it to another model, like an open LLM. You say, refine it, get some actual formatted output the way you intend. All makes sense to me. Also, quite the study that I'm excited to take a look at in the near future, especially because this came out the day before this stuff did. Absolutely fascinating. It seems like this is an actively being developed thing. Back here. Safe structured outputs. Safety is the top priority for OpenAI. The new structured outputs functionality will abide by our existing safety policies and will still allow the model to refuse an unsafe request. To make dev simpler, there's a new refusal string. which is on the API response, that allows devs to programmatically detect if the model has generated a refusal instead of the output matching the schema. That's good. So if you get a refusal, you'll get this in the response now. I feel like that should probably be higher up, but yeah, I'm curious. They've also put out SDK support natively within their SDKs. Their Python and Node SDKs have been updated with native support for structured outputs. Here's where things get fun, because you can supply a schema for tools or as a response. This is where things get fun, because you can use a Zod object as your definition. I think that's awesome. What's happening here that's really exciting to me is it feels like OpenAI is embracing the TypeScript ecosystem for the first time. It's no longer just a blind API that you throw a fetch request to and get something back. The SDK now is considerate of things in our ecosystem like Zod. Really exciting stuff. It's cool to see them embracing that instead of making their own thing or requiring you to write this whole mess. Using Zod is really cool. And apparently Pydantic is really cool for Python people as well. Good stuff to see. Here is the node example, which I'm actually quite excited for. This is the same example as earlier. So we have table, which is an enum of orders, customers, and products. Column, which is an enum with all of these potential properties. Operator, which could be any of these. And then order by, which could be any of these. The dynamic value is an object with column name string. We have the condition, which has a column, an operator, and a value. That can be a string, a number, or a dynamic value, as we defined above here. And we have query args, which can be table name, columns, conditions, and order by. And of course, the client, new OpenAI client. So as long as you are familiar enough with Zod to write a good schema like that, you can now pass it straight to OpenAI. Tools, Zod function, which I'm assuming they're importing from their stuff. Do they show the imports here? Yeah. Zod function from OpenAI helpers Zod. How cool is it that Zod is now part of the OpenAI SDK? How far we have come. Zod was the genesis of so many cool things, including TRPC as we now know it. And seeing the history of Zod going from the weird alternative type-safe formatter to the basis of a whole new way of building APIs to now being part of the company changing how we interface with software. Very interesting. Very cool. Good. Shout out to Colin for pulling that off. What a journey. Native structured output support is also available for a response format. Wait, client beta chat completions parse. So you pass it a message, and then you tell it that you want a math response, which is steps, which is an array of explanations and outputs, and then the final answer, which is the actual result. Really cool. Really cool stuff. Additional use cases. Developers frequently use OpenAI's models to generate structured data for various use cases. Some additional examples include the following. Dynamically generating interfaces based on the user's intent. If developers can use structured outputs to create code or UI generating applications. Interesting, they're calling out UI gen. You're a user interface assistant. Your job is to help users visualize their website and app ideas. So it has all the types of elements here, the label for the component, children for any children a given component has, attributes, so all the attributes a given component has. Now you can use it to generate pages. So you guys had to generate a landing page for a gardener. What happened at the bottom there? Oh, here's the actual output HTML. That's cool that you can get it to respond in formatted JSON that you can then dynamically generate into a page. That's cool. What other examples do I have here? Sign up screen for an app. Yeah. It's a pretty simple one. We have a form, sign up form, children, has all of these properties, type, label, children, attributes. We have other fields here too, the username field, email field, all the attributes being listed. Cool stuff. Yeah, I think, honestly, what I'm seeing here is they're trying to I don't want to say undermine Vercel, but it's clear that they're paying attention now. Their goal is to make it so all of the things Vercel built aren't necessary. Because right now, at least before today, if you weren't using the Vercel AI SDK, it was kind of miserable to consume these things as a web dev. If you wanted to fetch from OpenAI and get some data in a good format. It was miserable to do before, and the AI SDK makes it much easier. Like, here's a simple example. You import AI. Yes, they actually snagged the AI NPM package. AI SDK OpenAI is the OpenAI import. And then you can prompt OpenAI GPT-4 Turbo, prompt what is love, and then it spits out a response. They made this stuff significantly easier. I should disclose, Vercel does sponsor the channel. They're not sponsoring this video. They have no idea I'm making this. I'm trying to use the fact that Vercel's AI SDK stuff has become one of the main ways to consume this stuff to showcase why they're doing what they're doing. Obviously, take everything I say with a grain of salt, as you should anyways with anybody on the internet. The point I'm trying to make is that Vercel has historically been winning pretty hard with the actual way you consume these things, and that also results in a bit of a problem for OpenAI, because switching from OpenAI to Anthropic to Mistral is as simple as swapping the import that you're importing from, which obviously hurts OpenAI because there's no lock-in, no stickiness at all. On top of that, there's really cool products Vercel makes, like V0 for generating UI with a prompt, that they don't want Vercel to have the exclusive ability to do. This was way harder to do with OpenAI than with some other solutions, and doing this without something like what Vercel had with their AI SDK would be nearly impossible, because generating a response from AI that you can actually render as a page without weird formatting issues isn't super viable. Sebastian said something. Maybe you can output a React RSC payload. I've seen somebody try this already. I remember when I saw that, but theoretically, you could do that. I did see somebody who made a whole web. They prompted, I think it was Anthropic, Claude. They told Claude, you're a web server. Respond to any URL with a payload that is for the web page. And you would give it a URL, and it would generate a fake web page for it. And it was actually really cool. I saw it at OpenSauce, which, by the way, if you're interested about these types of nerdy things, you should definitely go to OpenSauce. That's not the actual conference. It was a super fun conference. Nerds like Primogen, Pirate Software, and myself were all there last year. We'll absolutely be there next year. You should check it out. Anyways, back to where we were here. So we saw that's all cool. What other stuff do they have to say here? Separating a final answer from supporting reasoning or additional commentary. Can be useful to give the model a separate field for chain of thoughts to improve the final quality of the response. So here we have the response format. JSON schema, type reasoning schema. Required reasoning steps answer. Additional properties false. Interesting. So you're effectively telling it that it can dump whatever it was thinking in this other place. So 9.9 is 9. I love to use this example. That's such a meme, because this meme was going viral a few days ago of asking models what's bigger, 9.9 or 9.11, because of Semver breaking things. It's actually quite funny that they reference that here. Clever. Good work, OpenAI. But they, by giving it this extra field, they're able to break down how the LLM made its decision. Extracting structured data from unstructured data. Interesting. Extract action items, due dates, and owners from meeting notes. Ooh, there's actually a really useful use case. If you have like something recording your meeting, and then you dump that like meeting giant text blob to OpenAI and tell it to make to-do action items with a specific format. In this case, it's action items array, and each item has a description, a due date, and an owner. It's actually kind of cool. I dig that. That's a useful use case and a cool example to sneak into here. Under the hood, we took a two-part approach to improving reliability for model outputs that match the JSON schema. First, we trained our new model, which is the GPT-4o 0806 version, to understand complicated schemas and how to best produce outputs that match them. However, model behavior is inherently non-deterministic. Is this why I'm so iffy on AI? because I'm a functional programmer and everything's supposed to be deterministic. That explains a lot. But yeah, as they said, even with their improvements with the training, the performance was still only 93% of the time was it like actually following the schema, which did not meet the reliability that devs need to build robust apps. So we also took a deterministic engineering-based approach to constrain the model's outputs to achieve 100% reliability. Yeah, feels necessary. Our approach is based on a technique known as constrained sampling or constrained decoding. By default, when models are sampled to produce outputs, they're entirely unconstrained and can select any token from the vocabulary as the next output. This flexibility is what allows models to make mistakes. For example, they are generally free to sample a curly brace token at any time, even one that would not produce valid JSON. In order to force valid outputs, we constrain our models to only tokens that would be valid according to the supplied schema, rather than all available tokens. Interesting. So they're actually restricting which options the AI has. If you again think of, I know people get mad when I say this, but if you think of AI like autocomplete, where you have a bunch of words you typed, and it's guessing what the next word is, most likely based on the history of all the words they ever trained on. That's effectively what they're doing here, but they're restricting what words are allowed next. So like, if you're starting to define one of the keys in the object, like let's say we're defining prop value type number. So we're in this value prop. Then as we start typing a number, its options for what it can do are only numbers and space until it does the space. Then the only option it has is a close bracket. And I like that idea and that framing of doing it is once you enter the number and you're actually starting to get that response from the AI, it can only give you numbers or a space instead of having all options available. That way it can force the valid outputs. They actually describe basically this. The tokens that are valid at the beginning of the output include things like bracket, bracket open string, bracket /n, etc. Once the model's already sampled val, then bracket is no longer a valid token. Yeah, because once you're starting to type the value, the bracket would break the formatting. Thus, we need to implement dynamic constrained decoding and determine which tokens are valid after each token is generated, rather than upfront at the beginning of the response. Very different. I don't know if other models are doing this way or not, but it's cool that they're detailing how. Like, I know OpenAI is not actually open or open source, but they are very transparent about how they do these things. They've published so much research for anybody to use however they want. The reason there are so many LLMs that are as good, if not better, than OpenAI now is because their research is all public and people can copy it and do their own things with it. We convert the supplied JSON schema into a context-free grammar, a CFG. A grammar is a set of rules that define a language, and a context-free grammar is a grammar that conforms to specific rules. You can think of JSON and JSON schemas as particular languages with rules to define what is valid within the language. Hear that, Prime? Not only is HTML a language, JSON's a language now. Sorry, OpenAI said so. JSON's a language. Just as it's not valid in English to have a sentence with no verb, it's not valid in JSON to have a trailing comma. Thus, for each JSON schema, we compute a grammar that represents that schema and pre-process its components to make it easily accessible during model sampling. This is why the first request with a new schema incurs a latency penalty. We must pre-process the schema to generate this artifact that we can use efficiently during sampling. It's a language and use it in programs. I don't see why it wouldn't be a programming language. While sampling, our inference engine will determine which tokens are valid based on previous and next inputs. Cool. We use the list of tokens to mask the next sampling step, which effectively lowers the probability of invalid tokens to 0. Because we've pre-processed the schema, we can use a cached data structure to do this efficiently with minimal latency overhead. Other solutions are using state machines or regexes implemented with state machines for constrained decoding. They function similarly in that they dynamically update which tokens are valid after each token's produced, but they have differences from the CFG approach. Notably, CFGs can express a broader class of languages than FSMs. In practice, this doesn't matter for very simple schemas like the value schema shown above, where it's literally just value type number. But once you have more complex nested things, I'm sure that a regex falls apart. If you ever tried to do a nested regex, you understand. Yeah, FSMs cannot generate expressively recursive types, as I said, nested, which means FSM-based approaches may struggle to match parentheses and deeply nested JSON. This is a schema that would not be possible to express in a finite state machine. Cool. So we have type object properties, type string, label. So we have type label and children could be yet another parent, and you could nest it indefinitely. Note that each UI element can have arbitrary children which reference the root schema recursively. This flexibility is not something the CFG approach affords. To be fair, JSON sucks at this too, but I get it. Here are their limitations. Only a subset of JSON is supported, detailed in their docs. I am curious what they don't allow. Here are all their supported types. I don't know which ones are missing. I know a good way to figure out, though. What schema... List all these schema types available in JSON. Doesn't seem that far off. String number... This seems wrong, actually. Also, I just realized this is still in the JSON mode. We'll make a new one. Yes, all of the types available in a JSON schema. Interesting. Not giving me any more info. Be cool if they told me more, but they're not, and that's fine. Oh, some types not supported yet. Okay, so this is for the actual like JSON schema validation language, not just JSON. And apparently strings, you can't use any of these formats like min length, max length, or pattern or format. For numbers, you can't use minimum, maximum, multiple of. That's kind of weird. You can't use min and max in numbers. Arrays, min and max. It seems like AI sucks at counting in general. So minimums, maximums, comparisons, counting the amount of occurrences of a thing in a word. It struggles. What do I mean by that? Let's do a new ChatGPT. Can I do 3.5 still, or do I have to do 4? I think I have to do 4 now. That's fine. How many times does the letter A occur in JavaScript? No, you got it right. Who is the best full stack web dev YouTuber? Okay, it seems to be struggling. Clearly, this is trained on old data. So we're going to switch to ChatGPT 4.0 and try once more. Phase, editor's note, cut to when the actual answer comes. Well, not when the actual answer comes, when I inspect element and change it. Cool, inspect. Delete, delete. Obviously, it's Theo. Perfect. Yeah, ran it again on ChatGPT 4.0. Clearly, it's on better data now. And as ChatGPT said, you need to subscribe to me. So if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. Doesn't cost anything. I want to read more about the limitations and restrictions here, though. Apparently, the first API response with a new schema will incur additional latency, but subsequent responses will be fast because they're creating that like CFG, the actual thing they use to format stuff correctly. They're building that based on your schema. Apparently, it takes up to 10 seconds to process the first time, but complex ones can take up to a minute. But then it's processed that, it's created that CFG, and it can apply that to future queries, which is nice. New Boston's the absolute GOAT, absolutely. Dude saved me in high school with my AP exams. Yeah. Model can fail to follow the schema if the model chooses to refuse an unsafe request. If it refuses, the return message will have a refusal boolean set to true to indicate this. I still wish they would do this like slightly higher up, but I'm happy they did. The model can fail to follow the schema if the generation reaches the max tokens or another stop condition before finishing. Structured outputs don't prevent all kinds of model mistakes. For example, the model may still mistake within the values of the JSON object. Like it might get a step wrong in a math equation. If developers find mistakes, we recommend providing examples in the system instructions or splitting tasks into simpler subtasks. Structured outputs are not compatible with parallel function calls. When a parallel function call is generated, it may not match the supplied schema. And JSON schemas supplied with structural outputs are not zero data retention eligible. Interesting. That's because they're caching the schema model's CFG, so they can't just delete all the data after the query, which is what their zero data retention thing is for like enterprises that can't have their data stored by a third party like OpenAI. You can't use the schemas in that. Good to know. By switching to the new model, developers can save 50% on inputs. It's $2.50 per million input tokens, and 33% on outputs. It's $10 per million outputs compared to the previous model. Good stuff. Kind of hype. That's hilarious, Sebastian. Prompt it with the Zod schema z.literal Theo so it can only respond with me. Great idea. 10 out of 10. Speaking of Sebastian, by the way, he made a really cool point here, which is that Vercel's AI SDK update today continues to keep pushing them ahead. With the 3.3 SDK, they added tracing with Datadog, Axiom, Sentry, and more, multimodal file attachments with use chat, stream object generation with use object, and JSON for tools, structured object generation, and more. I want to take a quick look at the object stuff here. Multimodal file attachments. I wonder how much better or worse this is than upload thing. I might have to take a look because I know our DX is best in class, but if this is where Vercel is actually putting effort into doing drag and drop for files, I have to jump on that. I'll be taking a look later for sure. Did I actually show the code here? File list. Input type file on change. No, their hook doesn't do any of the fun stuff. You got to handle all that yourself still. Yeah, the use state here to collect the files, and then the submit, you have to experimental attachment the files. So they haven't solved that problem for you. URLs, attachments. Oh, that's dope. That means you can use upload thing with this. So you could use upload thing, collect the URLs for what the user uploaded, and then dump those here. That's actually really nice. That's actually really nice. They just made it really easy. Fuck. After this, I'm going to, either tonight or next week, I'm going to build an example using this now because it's actually really cool. Let's see if we use object hook. With new use object, you can stream structured object generation directly to the client. See the code. Interesting. We have the expense schema as an expense, which is an object, category, the Z string, describe, category of the expense, allowed options. Interesting. Describe is being used as part of the prompt. And then when you pass this, oh, look, they're actually using Anthropic for this. They're not even using OpenAI, which is funny. You categorize expenses into one of the following categories: travels, meals, entertainment, office supplies, other. The current data is this. When no data is supplied, use the current date. Please categorize the following expenses. And here we dump the expenses from wherever the hell we got those from. You actually post to this endpoint with that. And then prompt, categorize, schema, the expense schema on finish. That's actually really cool to describe in the schema like this what you actually expect each field to be. Instead of like enforcing a format through Zod, you're describing the format using the describe keyword, and then it's parsed out by Vercel and then sent to the input SDK with Anthropic and then formatted to guarantee you actually meet that formatting once it comes out. And you can just stream the result at the end here. Finally, you consume the expense stream on a client page. While the expense is streaming, we preview the partial expense. And once the generation is finished, we append it to the list of expenses. So here we can show if is loading an object expense, then we can show the expense view with that temp object.expense, which comes from here. But on finish, we actually set the state to have the new value. Oh no, there is a race condition here though. If you were to submit again and the second submission was to complete faster than the first submission, then the first submission might trigger the set expense after the second one does, and then you're seeing the old state. This is why you need to use React Query, boys. Well, yeah. So this is actually kind of funny because on one hand, OpenAI successfully caught up to where Vercel was in a lot of ways by introducing the Zod schema stuff. And then Vercel leapfrogged them with all this. This is so cool. The fact that I can describe the formatting like this inside of Zod and then pass that directly to my stream helper and just get the data formatted correctly as a result and also stream that in as a response. Oof. This is so good. This is so good. Good shit. Yeah, I'll definitely be playing with that later. Thank you, as always, to Sebastian for keeping me up to date on these fun things. Yeah, Vercel announced that convenient way to consume a stream of structured objects in React. Yeah. Seems like today is the day of Zod. And the real winner here is Colin, because his validator is now the go-to solution for not just making sure your AI responses are formatted correctly, but actually getting that response but actually formatting that and consuming it and defining what we expect as a response. It's no longer just checking that the keys are correct. It's actually being used as the starting point for generating the response. Zod all the things, I guess, right? Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more done. And know that Vercel AI SDK is not React only. That was a fun one. Node on Android sounds terrifying. This has been linked a few times. Not sure if it's always by you. This seems like the same thing, just older. Cool that people were doing this before, but now that there are actually blessed solutions, this, yeah, as Igor said, that's probably going to kill a couple startups. Pipe chat's relatively behind, and a lot of it's actually, if I recall, very, very similar, and I don't know if it's credited, but definitely inspired by Vercel's stuff. Wait, Electron on Android? Oh god, people are going to be so mad about that. Oh shit, August showed up. Always good to see you. Typically not all that excited about LLM stuff, but the SDK is a really great use case. That's going to be a pleasure to work with when/if I do. Totally feel you. Did I miss any subs while I was doing that one? The Adrian, thank you so much for the 19 months. And Josh, always good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. 2 months in, too. Good shit. Let's start churning through things. We got a lot more to cover. We're only 2 videos in, and we're almost at the 3-hour mark. How are we doing for YouTube viewership right now? Love YouTube. randomly restarting that. It's cool. Decent viewership there. Still got over 400 people on Twitch. Do we do the button stealer? Phoenix will absolutely be in the one app different frameworks. Not this one. This is an old listing for this. I've had a separate I want to, this probably shouldn't be that. Yeah, I'm going to kill that one because it's a one app, 5 stacks is what I'm going to do. And it's going to be all the stacks I've used in the past. So it's going to be Rails, Elixir, Phoenix, Go plus GraphQL plus React SPA, OG-T3 stack with TRPC, and then React plus RSC plus Next. This is absolutely a thing I'm doing. I'm working out details and like preparing stuff. And honestly, I just was bashing my head against the wall setting up the Rails one for so long that I lost energy for it. I'm going to go back and do it. But that's absolutely, like, this video will be out by the end of the year. I just have to sit and fucking do it. I'm not trying to suggest shit. I'm going to keep that page open in case I have other things I want to put in it. Yeah, I think it's button stealing time. We're using effect really heavily for upload thing. Server components. Cool. Let's do the button stealer. Fuck it. Da-da-da. Cool. Buttons. Everyone's favorite way to interface with the web. There are buttons all over the internet, and they look so different from each other. Many look the same, but many don't. And there's a lot we can learn from the buttons that are scavenged and scattered all over the internet. Retake on that. Buttons. Buttons, the core of the web, the thing you use to interface with applications, the thing that we look at, click on, change, interface with, and just consume every day. And if you look across the web, you'll see a wide range of different buttons that look and behave in all sorts of different ways. So why are we talking about this? Well, I found a cool Chrome extension that I really wanted to showcase. I know, why am I talking about a Chrome extension? Well, hear me out. This one's really cool. It's called the Button Stealer, and it does exactly what it sounds like. So if I go to my Arc, which is basically Chrome, they're based all the same. Why can't I get to the extensions button? Do I have to go somewhere else? Cool, here I can. Click here, click the Button Stealer. I've stolen 245 buttons so far. It would have been more, but I had the cap at 200 and I only bumped it up yesterday. Let's click my stash. Here are a bunch of, and now here are a bunch of random buttons from random places I've been on the web recently. It's so cool. I actually really like this idea. It's cool to just come here as an inspiration for different buttons and button types. When you're trying to think, like, how can I make this button look just right? And if some of them aren't rendered properly because they rely on weird CSS and positioning stuff, I'm actually curious to see how they handle the CSS for any given button on here. So if I look at, this one. So we have the open fractal glass generator. This is from Magic Patterns, a really cool site I'll show in a minute. It's supposed to be there, but I'm guessing that the CSS for it has some crazy margin on it. Margin inline 0 imported or important. Let's take a look here though. I'm so curious where that margin is coming from. Margin 0, 0. Position. That would do it. No? All the position stuff here is pretty boring by the looks of it. Position. Nope. line height. I tried line height. I see why this one's screwed up because there's some. Oh, it's the transform. That's it. Obvious. Chat. How did y'all not catch the transform? Yeah. You should probably nuke transforms from the CSS that it's importing. But how cool is it that of like almost all of these buttons, there was just that one broken by the transform? I'm sure there's others throughout. But for the most part, it renders them all correctly. And it has to do a lot of CSS massaging to make that work. But it's succeeding, and it looks great. What's really cool, though, is what happens if you click one of these buttons. So if I go back to that one, it brings me to the site that I found it on. In this case, it's Magic Pattern, which is a site I've been using for my gradients for a lot of my thumbnails for a bit now. It's actually pretty cool. So it found buttons from here. Yeah, this tool is awesome. Definitely check it out if you haven't. magicpattern.design. If that's something that's interesting to you, it's a fun tool, especially if you're a graphics nerd and you're hanging out on a video like this one. But how cool is it that you just browse the web and it slowly collects all these different buttons from all these different places? And if you're curious where it came from, like we all know where this one came from, but I can click it and it will bring us right to Wouter, which is one of my favorite ways to do routing in React. I think this is awesome. I really like the idea of building something like this to collect buttons and use it as a source for inspiration, as well as a cool way to just hoard the things you explore on the internet. I want to see if they have a GitHub. I'm just curious if this is open source or not. It is. Yep, that's the same one. I'm giving this a star on GitHub, but I want to actually read through a bit of how it works because of who I am as a person. They have the service worker. Okay, that's kind of cool. So they have all of the default properties, like what the web would set by default. And then it goes through, it takes an element, it grabs the computed style for the element, it makes a map of all of the things from it, it grabs the styles from the parent node, it removes the style attribute from the node that we're actually working with, and then for each property of the ref that we got here, we parse through and we add it if it's inheritable. If it's auto, we continue. If it's a property value, then or border top and it's 0, then we continue. And it's just all of these giant checks to do its best to rip individual properties one at a time for a given button. Kind of nuts. And then I'm assuming at the end, yeah, const steal buttons, async, buttons maximum ignore, Chrome storage local get, buttons maximum. Cool. So that's how they're actually checking to make sure we're not at the maximum and that we're not getting domains from an ignored site. Local buttons, get code, local button, if no code, return, button's length, button has own property, da-da-da. And here's where we actually add the button to the array. We unshift it so it gets put at the front instead of .push, which we put at the back. And while the length is greater than or equal to the maximum, we pop. So this is all of the code for adding the button to the array and then pushing off old ones. And then we update the storage here. Upload on shift. Buttons is set to buttons. Upload is set to upload. Cool. The amount of random shit, like this is why I love projects like this, is you have to fight so many things because the web was not built to allow this. But it's like, how cool is it that they extract computed styles through window, grab the parent ref, and then for each single key that could affect things, they parse it and handle it that way. So cool. Let's take a look at the service worker that does a lot of this in the background. So uninstalled, this sets the local storage to the default values for everything. This is actually very important because if you try to hit a key that doesn't exist in something like local storage, it'll break in really unexpected ways. especially the Chrome storage. The Chrome storage is not a shim on local storage. It's its own very strange API. It's also async, so you have to await when you hit it. Unlike local storage, which you can just hit inline without issues. Counters, buttons.length, buttons.map, button ID, counter minus minus. If not contentful, .content delivery API. Also, they let you link it up to contentful. I think that's if you want to dump the buttons somewhere external. Unchanged, add event listener. If we're at the maximum, then we pop until we're not at the maximum anymore. You can upload off screen. What does this function do? Oh, it's right defined below here. Cool. Here, the upload off screen, the reason for this is so that it doesn't block the main thread on the site you're on. It can run this in a service worker in the background once the message has been generated. So if it's on contentful, if you're bound to contentful, it will upload it there. Afterwards, it will upload to your local storage. So Chrome runtime send message, type full sync, off screen, contentful. Await has document. So if the document page, so like the thing you actually go to exists, then we create the document with the URL. DOM parser required it. Interesting, makes sense, I think. Button is the last button, upload.length -1. Button has own property code. Then we upload the stolen button or we're removing it. So this is how we're deciding is on this click, are we adding, or on this event, are we adding or removing the button? And then handle messages. So this is all of the messages you can send to the Chrome service worker. If the message is stolen button uploaded, then we grab it from local storage, we pop it, we send it, and then we set the local storage to no longer have this one that we're in the middle of uploading. We have a contentful synchronized update maximum. This is if you want to change the max, and it just sets the state to be the message value. All the usual state setting stuff here. Pretty traditional for a Chrome extension. And then you bind this at the end here so that Chrome knows to listen to your messages for your extension. All makes sense. The one thing I didn't see in here is how does it pick the button? Ah, here it is. Possible buttons. Where we get all A tags and button tags. And if we're not debugging, then we possible buttons 0. Because this is the two arrays. We have the first array, which is the link tags, the second array, which is the button tags. And we sort them randomly. So this is a random, effectively, for both of those. Weird way to do it, but it technically works. Because on any comparison, it's going to blindly return true or false. So that might actually take a while to run now that I think about it. If it's doing multiple comparisons with the sort, that could theoretically break and cause weird issues. But interesting. Let j is 0, j is less than possible buttons.length, j++. And then for each button, if it's a material icon or symbol, we skip it. If we already have this button, then we could skip it. Then we grab the CSS in the computed style. Interesting. They actually have a check here. If the transform is a matrix like this, then we skip it. Or if the opacity is 0, then we skip it. If the element's not in the viewport, then we continue, which is skip it. If there's no text, we skip it. If there's no, or if the word skip is in it, we skip it. If the word jump is in it, we skip it. This is actually because a lot of pages have a jump button at the top for accessibility reasons that's invisible. So just making sure they don't grab those because those buttons are weird. If it has a new line of any form, then we skip it. If it has add in the text, or if the text is add, then we skip it. If it's too small, we skip it. If it's too big, we skip it. If it has a background color of RGBA000, we check if it has children. If it has children, we check if those also have the same RGBA000. If they do, we skip it. Wait, would this ever pass? Oh, yes, because if we don't see that, then we now have that and we can parse it going forward. So we're just checking if this element has any children that are a valid button. We finally get through all that, so we clone the button, and then we start having all the fun with it. That makes sense. That's kind of cool. It's nice seeing how this works, and it's also awesome that it's open source. Definitely give this repo a star if you're curious about both how Chrome extensions work, and in this case, more importantly, how you actually consume things from a web page. It's such an absurd case. It's quite cool. I actually think this is an awesome case study of how to deal with things that the browser is not trying to help with at all. Like, this is one of those things where, like, I would love to see an AI try to write this project, because there's no way it could figure out all of these workarounds and edge cases that you want to filter out of. Like, just this section here of all the shit that you want to skip is so valuable, and I would never want to, like, figure out all of these cases myself. Like, think about how much time it took to find and then handle all of these different cases. Fantastic work. This is actually a really cool project. I'm happy I took the time to dig into it. Shout out to Natalie Zenkov for writing this. It's actually really cool. I don't know if I'm following you on Twitter, but we're going to fix that, because this is one of my favorite things I've seen recently. And I insist y'all go give this a star. I'll leave the link in the description. If you're as curious as I am, definitely go check it out. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more down. Throw this in the description. I almost want to film a separate short. Yeah, fuck, I'm going to film a short. I also forgot to mark the end. Oh shit, did I miss a new Ryan Carniato post? I want to film the button stealer short quick. This looks exciting. Oh shit. Go away. Good shit. Thank you for those sources, Gabriel, as always. I want to film this short. We're going to film it. Fuck it. Cool. Let's do it. I stole all your buttons. Yes, all of the buttons on the web. They're all mine now. I love this extension. If you're not familiar, Button Stealer is a really fun Chrome extension for just browsing the web and finding buttons. It just takes random buttons from the web pages you visit, and you have them all here for inspiration, for hoarding, for whatever other purpose. And you can click one and see where it came from. I think this is super cool. Nice. Super simple short. Done. Oh boy, is Ryan on a tear right now? I fucking hate you, Dev2. Why do we pick Dev2 as the blog of choice for our shit? It's so bad. It's a 3-part series. Fuck. Yeah, I'm saving this to read later, but this one might just be a personal read, and then I make a video about what I've learned from it. That was a cool project. I'm really happy I did that one. Ooh. I was about to say, if they follow me, this will become a video for sure. This goes on the list. Fixing CSS springs. Ta-da. In the list it goes. Let's move these all down so I don't get distracted by them today, because I want to start churning through all this shit. This was such a good title. Yeah, we're about to take a tangent into state management for a bit, boys. It is time. Let's do it. Yep, this is the other thing that we'll be covering now. I think that why everyone loves Svelte, or sorry, not Svelte, Zustand. I think why everyone loves Zustand is going to be like a back burner post that we get out eventually. And the store I've been waiting for, this is the TK Dodo one. This one I think will be a higher priority. I'm calling it Zustand. I'm doing it. I'm sorry. Also, Kevin, thank you for the tier 3, 20 months in, 27 total over the 2-year line. Goddamn, Kevin. Thanks for stopping by and for all the support. I'll do more Svelte content in the future. Don't worry. I should pull this up, actually. Yes, that's a good call. Doge. Da-da. Oh shit, are we getting a hype train right as I'm about to start the video? That's always fun. Thank you guys for all that. Zustand is correct, right? I'll give you the one correct one. I got that right? Zustand? Zustand. Okay. Zustand. You're being silly. Zustand? I'm going with that. I just want to make sure I get it right once so I can go back to pronouncing it wrong. I'm not going to listen on fucking Google Translate. I don't care enough. Fine. Look at that. I won. I have successfully swayed the people. Here, let's hear it. This should be in the video, shouldn't it? Yeah, fuck it. We're putting this in the video. Zustand, my favorite library to mispronounce, everyone else's favorite library to use for state management in React. Before we go into why we're talking about it today, I need to settle this pronunciation thing once and for all because my chat, they're mad at me right now. If you didn't already know, we film a lot of videos live, and at this moment, they're upset with me. I started Googling. I found this very fun poll on the React subreddit where it seems like my Zustand has successfully pierced the brains of React devs. But we need to hear it. We need to properly hear the Google pronunciation. So for the first time ever, y'all get to hear the right way to pronounce Zustand on my channel.
Zustand.
And that is the last time you will ever hear Zustand pronounced correctly on my channel, because I am never, ever saying it that way. I don't care. With that all settled, let's talk about why Zustand's a community favorite. As soon as I saw this blog post, I knew it had to be a video, so let's do it. I'll bring chat in. You guys can hang out for this one. Why not? By the last monthly post, our sample app, Timo, was finally ready for some experiments. So in this post, let's look at Zustand to see why it has become a favorite in the community. To do this, I'm going to refactor Timo to use Zustand so that we can see what it's like in practice. What is Timo? How much code can Tanstack query save? Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not going to read this one live, but if you are interested, I'll leave the link in the description. These posts actually seem very useful and super, super practical. But I want to figure out what Timo is. Real web apps have names. It has 3 screens, one for logging in and signing in, another for viewing and changing time entries, and a screen with a timer for creating new time entries. Cool. Now we know what the app is. Now you guys know that there's a great blog post about Tanstack query with it, React query. I'm sure that one is nuts, that it's just showing how much shit you can delete. I had a great convo yesterday with an employee at a popular AI company about how they could use Zustand to build a way simpler front-end experience, and it was mind-blowing for both of us in the process. So once again, React query is the shit. Search Theo React query, and you'll find a bunch of my YouTube videos explaining why. But we're here for Zustand. Sorry, Zustand. Second and only time you'll ever hear me pronounce it even close to correct. So what is Zustand? It's a small state management library that provides React hooks to manage the state. It is based on the Flux pattern, like Redux, but it's similar to how Redux simplified the original Flux pattern. Zustand simplifies it even further. For example, here's how you would set up a simple store with a count value and an action to increase it. Import create from Zustand. Use count store. Create, we have the set function here. We return an object that has a property count, which is starting at 0, and then it has increment, which is a function that you can call, and we give this an inline function definition, set, and in here, set can take a function as well, and that function gets called with the current state, and then we can use that in the response here. So it's similar to when you use something like useState. The state updater function can either be called with a bare value or it can be called with a function that it will call with the current value. Super simple API, makes it really easy to do stuff like this. Does have some catches with TypeScript though, and we'll get into those in a little bit. To achieve the same result with Redux Toolkit, you would have had to set up a new slice, add the new slice to the root reducer, and also set up the creation of the store and its provider if it hasn't already been set up. With Zustand, you can access the count value and the increment action from the generated use count store. Excuse me. With Zustand, you can access the count value and the increment action from the generated use count store hook. You just call it. So we called create here, set it as this value, and now this value is a hook we can use wherever, and we get all of the values here. So we use count with just count.store, or we use count with just calling countstore.count, and then we increment it with countstore.increment. Nice and simple. Since Zustand mostly consists of a few React hooks, its NPM package is only 3.1 kilobytes minified, which is 44 times smaller than the base React package, which is... Sorry, I misread that. It's 44 times smaller than the base React package. If you don't know, React is quite small, but React DOM, which is where the bindings exist, is a bit larger. It's 13 times smaller than Redux as well, which is 40 kilobytes minified. To be fair, Redux Toolkit has a bit of additional bloat, but it has to because Redux Toolkit's the only way to make Redux usable. I also like that he's not comparing it to vanilla Redux, which is a shit show. He's explicitly comparing to Redux Toolkit. Good call. Refactoring Timo to use Zustand. Since Timo was already using Tanstack Query, I only had to rework the user authentication and profile storage to use Zustand. In the plain React version and the Tanstack Query version, this was done using React Context. Refactoring this to Zustand took around an hour. In many cases, it was almost a drop-in replacement since I already used a hook to access the underlying context values. Let's take a look at this. Ooh, not super high quality. Is this using... Can I do... Nope. I was hoping I could convince it to give me a different value, but they're using Netlify's image optimization. I just wanted a higher quality image here. Maybe if it's a vector of it, 720s, oops, not what I'm trying to do. Can I remove that from my pocket? Nope, was worth a shot. Maybe without that. Nope. I tried. It's readable, but not quite as readable as I would like. So here we have the Timo common hooks use user, and we deleted that and replaced it with use user store. Nice and simple for a lot of places. The tedious part of the refactor was changing the components in the common package. I wanted to keep a separate copy of the Timo, or I wanted to keep separate copies of Timo with each of the libraries we took a look at. So I set up the repo as a mono repo with each version stored as a separate folder. To cut down on the duplicate code, I also created a common package to store code that was used by several versions of Timo. Sadly, some of the components in the common package use React context. They won't work with the Zustand version of Timo because I was using Zustand instead of React context. So I had to refactor these components to be pure and then refactor the previous versions to work with these changes. I still kept the components that depended on context in the common package, but moved them to a separate folder to show that they were not pure. Interesting. This is a very strange use case, to be clear, where you have three user experience-wise identical versions of the same app, and you're trying to share components between them. I find that sharing components between projects in general is kind of rough. It's part of why I don't love component libraries and much prefer things like Tailwind, where I can define them myself, or things like ShadCN, where they live in my code base. It's pretty important to have your shared components be really, really like low-level things. So instead of user button, your reusable component is button, and then you wrap it with the user button that's somewhere in your application code. So it doesn't surprise me this was somewhat painful because a lot of these components can't be pure. And once you abstract non-pure components and they have expectations about things like which contexts are available, shit falls apart fast. So I'm not surprised this was painful, but I'm pumped that he continued to push through it and make this work. The other thing that stumped me for a moment was handling side effects in Zustand. It seemed to have the concept of middleware, but I couldn't find any docs about how to write our own. The docs only had instructions about using the middleware that came with the library. Why did this matter? Well, since I was using HTTP-only cookies to authenticate with the API, I had to make a request to the API when the app started to verify whether the user was already logged in. I could write an action using Zustand to make the request, but how could I run it whenever the app started? Ooh. I'm going to share my weird solution to this problem, and then I'm going to see how they solved it. So what I recommend for these types of things, if this is like a fundamental, the application experience is different based on whether or not this exists, I wouldn't put this in the global use user store like this. What I would do instead is use a context. I know the whole point is we're moving off contexts, but Zustand contexts are actually quite useful for these cases. So what I would have done is I would have created a context for this store. And at the top level of the app, I would have done with like React Query or something, the check to figure out if the user's authenticated or not. And then I would pass that to the create store function. I would actually require this take a user in as part of its creation and pass it the user once we have it, and then render something else entirely if we don't have a user. But I would have code here in app at the root that actually figures out if you're authenticated or not, and it generates a different state, either the logged out state or the rest of the app with the store already instantiated if you're logged in. This obviously only works if your store is dependent on that value and you don't want it if the user isn't signed in. But I've used this pattern a ton, especially in the Ping code base. Ping, by the way, is the video product that we built and went through YC with to make it easier for content creators to do live collaborations. There was a lot of complex state in this app around which devices are available. So if I go to my room quick here, there's a lot of complexity around which devices are available, and once they're available, which things can we use? So the way that I handled this, if we go back to the page here, that one loading spinner is actually handling a couple different things. The first layer is a check to see if you're authenticated to join this call or not. Then we check, do you have the right permissions for devices? Like, does the browser have permission to use video cameras and microphones on our page or not? And once all of that is completed, then we render the Zustand store that actually manages your devices. So the Zustand store that keeps track of which devices you have and are available and the video and audio tracks they're creating does not get created. That store does not exist until all the permissions are established. So that's how I've solved this problem. I actually find that nested Zustand stores like that, where they are created conditionally based on other things being met, helps you escape from having to do a more complex state machine with all these different potentials. The idea of a state machine only existing when it needs to might sound crazy at the time, or the idea of a state machine that only exists when you are ready for it to might feel weird, especially if you're treating it like a global. But if you don't treat it like a global, you're just using it as an API for defining what can be accessed where, I found it was actually quite pleasant. But now I'm curious how this author handles the problem. And thank you, Agor, for the shout out for Ping. It's both really cool as like a user of it, but also was such a crazy exploration of different things you can do in React. And it definitely leveled up my React skills massively. Oh, and in case this wasn't clear, a Zustand context means that this store is available in any children components. So if you use this at a lower level, like in the player in Ping, you can't access that store from above that component, but you can from there and below, which I found to be a pretty nice way to manage these things in a lot of cases. So there you go. Now you hopefully understand why these things work this way. Back to this. The first solution that came to my mind was to create a custom wrapper component that had a use effect hook to run the action. But use effect hooks are evil, and I try to avoid them as much as I can. Yeah, I don't love this. But then I realized we can interact with the Zustand store outside of React, so we can run the action immediately after the store is declared. Another plus of this approach is that the API request is only made once during development. If we use the use effect hook instead, like the previous version of Timo, the request would be made twice since React triggers use effect hooks twice when React strict mode is enabled during dev. Yep, I got into a long back and forth with Dan Abramov back in the day about this, specifically because of the nature of nested stores and triggering specific events. In this case, connecting to a call. I'm going to do the thing I never should do and actually look for the source code for this. Ah, cool. I do have this here. Nice. So here is how we handle the connection to your chat room in Ping. Because in Ping, we have a little chat. I should probably reopen that. So in Ping, we have the little chat here where I can send messages. It also keeps track of who's in the call, which requests exist for people to join the call, and a bunch of other random things like that. That is handled through a service that I do not recommend called Ably. I'm scared to say more because I legitimately think they might sue me. They are one of the most toxic businesses I've ever worked with, and I'm sure I'm going to get emails just for saying that much here. Anyways, the room manager context provider here is a component that gets mounted when we know you're allowed in the room. So we now know that you're authenticated to join. That's part of the props that come in here. I then use traditional React state to create a real-time store, which is, again, Ably's way of connecting via WebSocket to their store. By default, I don't actually instantiate it, though, because I have a use effect here, which I use to create the real-time Zustand store. And then I set store to new store. And now I have this store here in state. And then I have a cleanup here that handles all of the different things you have to do to leave in Ably, because there is no one leave in Ably. You have to do like 15 fucking things. And then I have a really nasty stringify to make sure that we only rerun when the config changes, even though some of the keys in this are objects that might break this. Obnoxious, but by far the easiest way to handle that. Don't do this. Don't ever do this. It works, but don't do it. And then we return the real-time manager provider, and the store for it is created using real-time store. So what is this create real-time Zustand store thing? That's where the interesting stuff happens. As somebody in chat was hinting at earlier, you don't actually need to do this stuff in React. And what was there is just how it's bound to React. But the vast majority of the logic, in particular where the state changes occur, all happens outside of React in this file right here. Can I get rid of this? There we go. Cool. So in here, I have my So in here we have a couple types. We have the user presence data, which keeps track of what the presence info, which is which users are here and what devices do they have available. We have the room manager store, which has the Ably client, the public channels, the presence channels, which are like who is here, and then the private channels, which is something that I actually don't know how much we're using. Oh, it's for embeds. Or some things can't connect to those, which is embeds, but that's for private data messages, things like that. I have the provider and the store coming from the Zustand create context helper. The real-time store config, so this is the stuff that's specific to this store's existence. We have the slug, which is what it's connecting to. Connect private channel, which is should we connect to the private channel or not. Publish presence, which is do we publish the present state or not. And do we use the embed process for authentication, which is a different way of authenticating. And this is the stuff you pass in when you're instantiating the store. Then we have the create real-time Zustand store helper function that I wrote. It takes in that config. It creates the Ably client. It publishes, or it connects to the public channel based on the slug that we passed. It attaches. It then binds the analytics events. It then catches if there's any errors. And we were obsessive with analytics because Ably was breaking constantly and they were gaslighting us nonstop about it. So we over-logged and analyzed everything here so I could give them logs proving that their service was broken. Here we have public channel.on failed. Again, obsessive logging because they don't give any one way to know when it's broken. I have the private channel, which is conditionally connected, not if it's not. So here we set let. If we're supposed to connect, we connect, bind all of these things. Same with presence. And here's where things get interesting. We create the store, and you'd think I would just return that, right? But that's where things get more fun. If we keep scrolling, can you get that out of my way? Thanks. If we keep scrolling, I actually bind a bunch of things to the stuff that we created here because we created the store with all of these values, but I also want to keep track of presence data. I also want to know what messages were sent. I have a lot of other things that I want that are not being handled here. And I do that below because this store is an object that can be interfaced with. You don't just have to call this in React with a hook. I call it down here with store.setState. So without even touching React at all, I have a bunch of logic here that updates the store and updates the values in the store just by creating it. Because in this creator helper function, I bind all of these things after the creation occurs. And this isn't the only place we do this with Ping. We also do this for our video provider, Agora. Similar pattern here where we instantiate the use state for the Agora store. I use this create Agora call store helper, set that to state, and then we have the cleanup for if you leave or unmount the component. We call the internal Zustand Agora provider, we pass it the created store, and then we can render our children, and all of those will have access to this store. And again, if we go look at the logic here, hop into store, you'll see it's very similar. Agora client, create simple Agora client, store, vanilla create, set, and we return the Agora client, the call state, the participants, volume map, all of these additional things. But again, afterwards where things get interesting. I actually bind all the Agora listeners that keep the state up to date. So here, I new store.setState whenever new participants come in. I just do this by looking at the vanilla client because, by the way, the Agora client doesn't reliably let you know who is or isn't connected. You have to ask it who's currently connected. So I set up this helper to update the current connected participants. And then I have all of the different events where a user joins or leaves bound to call this function so that the state machine gets updated when any of these events occur. Then I handle volume. The volume handler was so hard because doing this in a way that didn't cause nonstop updates that made everything update constantly, that was a bit painful. But I have that here because we wanted to debounce and do whatever we could to keep track of those volume levels in a way that didn't suck. And then the volume indicator is what triggers those updates. Then we have the connection state changed, which if you're banned, we will set the state to double join because that's the only time that UID ban occurred with the way we had things set up initially. And that would set the specific state and then leave in those cases. And then we return the store. A bit chaotic, but the value of this pattern is that I can do all of the different things that this client does, in this case Agora. I can set those all to update our state directly without having to do that with effects in React. This all exists externally in vanilla JS, and then Zustand makes it really easy to consume this stuff within React. So it basically lets us make this store, do all of these updates, write the new store.setState calls in here, and now I can reuse this code in other places, other frameworks, wherever else. But importantly, this code still works in React because I can now call this as a hook. So that's how we solve the problem. And that's also quite different from using the use effect to update the store. So the difference, to be very clear, is that in this example, the user store always exists. No matter what, the user store exists. And then these conditions are triggered to update the store to the state that the user wants it in. What I did instead is the store is only created once we know this. So if we have to connect via ably, if we have to authenticate the user, we have to do any of those other things, we do that, then we use the results to determine if and how we should create the store. So let's see how he handles it. It's interesting how getting used to the React way leads you to overlook simpler solutions in plain JS to the same problem. It's actually a funny quote with what I just showed. So here, we have the instantiation for the store and then just call useuserstore.getState.fetchUser. Yep, this is basically what I'm doing, just slightly higher level. My impressions of Zustand. After refactoring Timo to use Zustand, I have to say that I really like its generated hooks. They're easy to get started with, and they can easily be fine-tuned to prevent re-renders. This makes it a perfect fit for managing state that has to be shared across several parts of a React app. Oh boy. You found some good context. Let's watch this one. I'm curious now. The volume working. Oh God, pre-mustache Theo. So ugly. Why did you guys ever let me look like that? .gg quick.
Oh, okay. Well, let me switch over. Now let me hide this question.
Lol.
I'm sure y'all are having a lot of fun on Twitter.
Making fun of Bryn, our old co-founder, for the doesn't listen to Nickelback. Good days. Classics. Good find. Ones in chat if I looked like that when you first started watching my content. I want to see some ones for the pre-mustache crew. Before my videos were clickable. That's a lot of y'all. Zeros if you came post-mustache, so I have that for comparison. New today, so 0. Yeah, you're definitely post-mustache if you're showing up today. 0 by a month. Damn, you were right on the line. Cool to see. Always interesting to see when and how people showed up here. It was overdue haircut, no mustache. Theo. Oh shit, you were early. Oh, God, chat thing's actually so useful. Not what I'm trying to go to. Oldest. For those who aren't familiar,
Plan is
here's OG. Needed a haircut badly, but was too busy, Theo. Back in the day. This was even pre-YC, if I recall. Yeah, YC started in January of 2022. So this was so early. So early. Anyways, speaking of early, I want to show some stuff in Dogecoin Simulator because it's touched on here with these selects, but I just want to show it in my own code base. This is a dumb app I made during the Dogecoin rush way back. It's on GitHub. And I want to show some fun things that I did in here. So I have my game engine, and this game engine is entirely built in Zustand. And the game engine is pretty aggressive because things are updating constantly. There's a tick that's firing multiple times a second, and that triggers a bunch of other stuff to change. Like when I buy, numbers go up and down. There's a lot of things going on in this project that cause it to update state all over the place. So I had to be pretty careful about where state does and doesn't get updated. Here's where I create the default state instance. Here's where I actually load it from storage. So I save this all in local store. And I have to abuse combine, which is the only way to make Zustand type safe at the moment, to do a bunch of crazy shit here in order to create all of the updaters and states that actually cause this game to behave the way it's supposed to. But what I want to showcase is the actual hooks that I consume things with. These ones are actually fun. The use hash rate and use research rate. I need to show how the selectors work first, though. So let's start there. So we source. Just going to go into a random component. Interface. Doge HQ, sure. So see all of these use game store hooks? Your immediate thought's probably, why? Why not just call use game store and access all the keys off it? Well, by doing it this way, I have selected just this state. So if I was to delete all the other hooks here and just have this use game store where I grab state.usd, this component will only update when USD changes. If I just called use game store, then this component will rerun when anything inside of the game store changes. And since we're selecting like this, we're telling Zustand, hey, quickly, before you update my component, get this key out of the object and check if that changed. The diff isn't happening on the entirety of game store. The diff is happening on the resulting selector here, which is what was cool about the thing I was just showing with the game engine. If I go back there, yeah. Not only can you select this way, but you can also calculate things and do additional math and work here. And as long as what you return here is representative of if an update should occur or not, because it's different from the previous value, if it's different, it will trigger an update. If it's the same, it won't, which is super, super handy for just dumping a bunch of shit in state like I did here. There is so much stuff going on in the store. But now you only have to access and trigger updates on the parts that you want. To go back to the article, I'm sure he's about to cover what I just showed here. Yeah. We have the count store, and then we have const count, use count store, state.count. So this will trigger when the count changes. If we go back to how the store was defined up here, we have two things. Count, which is the value that changes, and increment, which is a function that theoretically shouldn't change. So if you have a button component for increment that doesn't know the count, it shouldn't update when the count changes. And you can be sure of that very easily by making the increment call to use count store, but we actually select the increment key. And since we did this, this will never trigger a re-render because the function never changes. I also like how Zustand tackles async operations. It's just calling set with the result. Then the action can be run in a synchronous context. No middleware, no promise chains. This is what I was showing before with all of our Agora and Ably stuff, where a lot of that was promises, and then on the .thens, we would trigger whatever behaviors we wanted to. So we have this fetch user, we try, const users await get user, then we set the value. If there's an error, then we set it to the error state. So, the biggest benefit of switching away from React context. The biggest issue with using context to share state across several components is that any change to the state will cause all subscribed channels to re-render. Moreover, changing the context value also causes child components within the context provider to re-render. Since the context provider usually wraps the entire app ends up re-rendering. Timo used to have this problem in the profile screen where saving the user details would cause the entire app to re-render. You could memoize to get out of that. I almost want to read the source code. Oh, he calls it out here. You can solve this with memoization in multiple contexts, but it's tedious. But by using a state management library like Zustand, you can avoid these issues more easily. Zustand doesn't require you to wrap the entire app with a provider component or hook, and it sends updates directly to the generated hooks. So the entire app doesn't re-render when the state changes. Since you can also subscribe to specific state values and actions with Zustand, you can also make components re-render only when the state relevant to them changes. You know what? I want to prove that this isn't that big a deal. Does he have source code somewhere? He does. Okay. React source app.jsx. Okay, I found the problem, almost certainly, but let's confirm. Where is that coming from? Is the user context provider one of the common packages? It is. Okay, common context user context provider. Ding, ding, ding. This should be memoized. The problem is that the children are going to rerun because there is no indication that this can be treated statically. If you were to memoize children before rendering it, you could avoid almost all of the re-renders here. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, I'm almost positive that would fix this. Do I clone it to prove that? Do we make this already too long video far too much longer? Kind of leaning yes. I'm so screwed for finishing all my videos today. Let's close all these other things I don't need. Cool. Using NPM, great. Does he have instructions on how to actually run it in here? Nope, that's fine. I might just make an example to prove this, but I'm lazy. So we're going to try this and see if that works. Phase, check the editor's notes. I'll tell you if this worked or not so you can cut it. CD, packages, React. And in here, we need to npm install. This might fail because the sub packages might not have their dependencies handled, but oh, that's fun. It has the wrong state initially, and then it kicks you to the login screen. Fun. We can fix that. But first I want to test. Test. Password too short. Did a really secure password there. So the problem as I saw it, I probably need the React Dev tools to show this. Actually, there's an easier way to show this. I'm just going to console log in the component. So if we go to source, routes, profile, we have the use user call. And the problem is that everything re-renders, right? So maybe we have to go a level higher. App.jsx. No, the profile there. Oh, no, that is here. Okay. Okay, there's a quick way to test this. I'm going to wrap this guy. And we're going to... Did I do that the wrong order there? I did. Return that. What's this also mad at me for? Strings must use single quote. Is he a single quoter? I'm just going to turn that rule off because it will drive me insane. Fixed. Actually, fixed. For real. Okay. That would have driven me insane otherwise. Anyways, what I just did here is I changed it so the child of user context provider is a function instead of just straight JSX. So I can do things here. Like console.log, we are re-rendering the whole app, LOL. And now we have that. If I go to my console here, this should have loaded the page. Okay, we'll do this slightly differently. Or const page content equals, and we'll render page content here. Cool. That is now behaving. So I took the content of app and I made it its own component here because I want to know when this re-renders. And I just want to do it through logging because I'm lazy. So now that we have that, if I go here, we'll see we are rendering the whole app. And theoretically, when I click these, it doesn't seem to be re-rendering the whole app. So I don't think it's actually re-rendering everything unnecessarily. But there's still an opportunity to play here. So let's do that. We will go to this. Highlight updates when components render. Now we'll see, yeah, all the components here are updating, but the actual higher level component for the page is not. That was the immediate thing I was thinking. So my earlier advice of memoizing children does not appear to apply because we're not getting new renders right now because of that. So that's honestly like a good thing to know. I would have expected that this would have triggered the whole page re-render, but thankfully React is smart enough to prevent that now. But I'm just going to move over to the Zustand version so that you guys can see the difference there. cd Zustand npm install, then npm run dev, and it's 5174. Oh, cool. It already has me logged in. Nice. So it's hitting the same API. So if we turn the same React profiler, or the same React component updater on, where it will highlight on changes, it's still updating the whole thing. Maybe I should finish reading the article. Oh, it was for him, yeah. Oh, saving would cause the whole thing to re-render. Okay, I was misinterpreting. So if I go to console here, I don't want that one, I want this one. Cool. So I'm gonna save this. Yeah, see that, the whole page update? That's the thing I think we can nuke. So cut the bit of me just exploring and being wrong there phase. Let's go straight in to test that. So my hypothesis is that this isn't memoized properly. Only one way to find out though, which is to go all the way up here to the user context provider, const memo children, and do that. Not sure if it's smart enough to handle the hot reloading for that, so I'm gonna brute force resetting of those. Now I'm curious, test Theo v2. I'll change this to L. Save. Fuck, it's still updating the whole thing? Really? A. No, it's not. Was it before, though? Should probably have confirmed that in the console ahead of time. User context provider. Children. It's not. Interesting. So what is causing everything to re-render then? How is it being consumed? If we go to, oh, it's common. Where I need to be is the profile component. Oh, that's why. Const user is use user. That would do it. Yeah, we only want clear user from this. So that's the issue, is that we're selecting way more than we want from this hook. And that triggers updates that we don't actually want to have happen. That would not be fun to optimize for. I now understand the pain. Yeah, if this context is being used for all of these values, as well as for exposing that specific function, that sucks ass. Yeah, never mind. Why did I ever doubt the author? Clearly they have a case here that sucks. Yeah, it's basically impossible with context to select just one thing. So in this case, what we want isn't the whole use user. We just want clear user, which is a function that theoretically should never change. But sadly, because use user is a context that provides all of these other things in it. It has the user object. It has the authentication state. It has additional values. And all of this is part of what this provider is giving us. That's why this sucks. Theoretically, we could wrap this with another provider that's like user context actions provider. That is just the functions, which should never change. And then in here, we could just consume that and be good. Do I do the miserable thing of that quickly? It feels hellish, but I think I can do it relatively quick. What I'm going to do first is comment this out and see if that fixes the re-render. It doesn't. Good thing I checked. Yeah, I'm just assuming this use user is being called all over the place, which would explain the problem. Source packages / react / source. Yeah, we have it here as well with customize user. We have it at the top of profile, which is where we just were. We have it in change password as well. Yeah, I see the problem now. So the reason Zustand's super useful for something like this is if this was like a use store, then I could have store.user.clear user. And now I could select just the clear user function and ignore everything else, which keeps it from having to update when it shouldn't. But this example seems to be a lot more ironed out than I was initially thinking there when I had my initial pushback. But no, that makes sense. And none of that's what I'm trying to hit. To again compare this with how the Zustand version works, if I change to dark and then hit save, it still appears to be rendering everything when I do that. What does he have to say here? That is not what I was seeing with your Zustand version. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. I was just wrong there. My bad. Cool. Yeah, the Zustand version, when you save, only updates specific parts of the page instead of forcing the whole profile to re-render. Because if we look at the code, I'll just go to the same place in the Zustand version. Zustand source routes profile.jsx use user store state.clear user. And now we just have the clear user function. No additional stuff has to be done. We have to create a new function here. We can just pass that to button and it works. Dope. Actually, a really good example. And nice having the 3 different solutions in one repo to compare. If you're curious about the difference between vanilla React, React plus React Query, and Zustand, you have a great place to look to compare all of those. Zustand gets a thumbs up from me. It's a lightweight package that is well thought out and approachable, especially if you're familiar with Redux and the Flux and Redux pattern. This is probably why the community's fallen in love with it. What if you hate the Flux pattern and anything else like it? The next month's post, let's take a look at the atomic patterns for managing state, which also come from Facebook and Meta, as well as Jodi, which is taking over from Recoil as the de facto library for this pattern. Fun fact, both Jodi and Zustand are part of the Poimanders collective, PMN DRS. They are legends. The amount of cool shit they build is unbelievable. This is where React 3 Fiber came from, where React Spring and Use Gesture came from, where a ton of crazy 3D stuff came from. But it's also Zustand and Jodi as well. Great stuff. Yeah. One of the best sources of good React solutions, and also a great resource for general full stack TypeScript problem solving. Awesome project, awesome crew, awesome stuff that they're building. Any opportunity I get to shout them out, I take. Also, my VS Code theme, which I get asked about all the time. If you're in long enough, if you're this late into the video, I'll let you know the secret. This is the Poimanders theme. Yeah, this was great. Shout out to Prabhash for writing this. It is a great post, and I will definitely be here to see the Jodi one that you update in the future. Check out his blog if you want to hear more about the React context version, as well as the React query version. The links are all in the description. Check out the blog. And until next time, peace, nerds. Not interested in MobX for a ton of reasons, but we'll just say it's out of date right there for now because it is, and it won't work with the React compiler at all. Oh shit, thank you for the raid, Magic Food Hand. Yeah. I like that Kathadan's response here between context and Zustand. Zustand manages state. Context saves you from passing values through many layers of component props. But those values should very rarely change. Yes. So if you just want to pass down like dark mode or light mode, context is the easiest way to do that. But Zustand makes that easier, and more importantly, lets you do complex state management stuff with really simple syntax. I will say that you can use Zustand in most of the places you might have used context in the past, especially if you combine it with their context helper. But it's meh. I am overheating like fucking mad right now. Let me turn up the AC quick. Oh, it's already up. It's up quite strong, actually. Damn. Why is the room generating more heat now? I might have to turn on the fan and air out for a little bit. There's that one. How are we doing for time? We're almost 4 hours in. We got 4 actual videos. I will admit I have a specific goal right now. I'm traveling a lot. And right now we have my next trip covered. I leave tomorrow morning for DEF CON. But my next trip is going to be the 28th to the 1st. So I really want to get to the point where up to the 4th we're covered, because then I don't have to stress about having daily videos. What are you saying? We just throw everything in context and pray. Did I see Prime's walking away from JS video? I got a fun tweet for you. Because I did watch that video, but since then, yeah. Also, Ryan's reply here is so good. Yeah. How is Prime's video on this doing? It's doing pretty well. I kind of want to do a response. Ben, are you here? Ben Davis? Remember earlier, Gabriel, when people brought up CrowdStrike and I said, I don't think I have much to say now? He did 2 CrowdStrike videos in a row and they're not doing great. Oh, this one is. The Regex one is. Interesting, he did 3 in a day, though. Kind of nuts. Yeah, Ben is not here. I wanted to reference Ben Davis's video, possibly even like react to it and use it as my different direction, the why I stopped using Go. I've wanted to riff on this one for a bit because it's a phenomenal video. Yeah. I have to film my actual topics for the day. So, but I'm going to put this on the list. What was the name of the video again? Walking away from JavaScript. A measured response.
Well,
need to grab that. Nope. And I want to grab his tweets about it. I'm not going to react to his original video. I'm going to just do my own riffing. But I don't think I'm going to do that today because I have too much other shit to film. This is tough. This one feels like I can do it quick. So we'll do this, then glaze, then we'll see how we're feeling. Because those should both be theoretically quite quick. This one I'm going to delay because that one's evergreen as fuck. I can do that literally whenever. This is not a good place to come to learn React and get beginner assistance. We're like the anti-beginner channel. So let's get started with this one. I'll be honest, error handling in JavaScript kind of sucks. I know, hot take, but that's what we're here for, right? Seriously though, try catch it's a disaster. There's a lot of subtlety for the things that are wrong with it, but there's one particular piece that I don't think it's talked about enough, and I saw a tweet that inspired me to make this video. The piece that we're talking about here is the scoping. Huge shout out to Leah for taking this unpopular stance that I am going to go out of my way to make popular because JavaScript should work the way that they're describing. So what is Leah describing here? Try blocks should have been designed to not behave like a regular block with respect to block scoping variable. Reread on that. Try blocks should have been designed not to behave like a regular block with respect to block scoping variables. It's rare if ever, since its scoping is conceptual. It's rarely if ever useful, since the scoping is not conceptually meaningful. Effectively, it's more of a code annotation than a control flow. Unlike control flow blocks, there is no program state that only makes sense within a try block. The catch block, on the other hand, is actual control flow, and scoping makes complete sense there. So what are they talking about? What's control flow? What's going on here? We're going to have to open up a sandbox and play. Let's just stack blitz it. And let's do some basic node template. Cool. So here we have a basic node template. Let's do a function, do some work. In this function, we're going to do things. Let's say one of those things might error. We'll say function get number. We'll do const number equals, I'll do num, so it's not the weird type, equals math dot random times 100. And if num is greater than 50, we'll throw a new error number too big. Otherwise, we will return num. Cool. So this function will return a number, but it also might throw an error. So now we want to use this for something. Let's say do some work is double a number. Random number doubler. So this function generates a random number and then it doubles it. So we need that number first. So const num equals get number. And then we want to return num. Wait, no, we have to double it. So we'll say const double equals num times 2. And then we'll return double. Now it's console.log. We'll say const doubled equals random number doubler. And we will console.log doubled. Cool. Pretty basic. Let's run it. I wish I could. Can I split the terminal to the other side here? Is that an option? No. If not, I might just move this to my actual editor. Whatever. I'll do it this way. Node watch index.js. Oh, the first time we got error, number is too big. We should probably handle that. So let's handle it. We'll do a try block. Since this is safe, we won't put that in there. And we're going to catch e console.error e, and then we'll return -1. So now we've done that. That's what I was trying to do there. What the hell? It's just easier to rerun. Node run -- watch index.js. Node -- watch index.js, 3 times the charm. Cool. So here we still get the error number is too big, and it returns -1 now instead. But what if it worked? Let's change the condition here to be if number is greater than 100, we'll throw. Now we're getting a different error. Number is not defined. This is the problem. Since this is defined inside of the try block, num doesn't exist outside of this block. The only way for this code to work is to move this in here, which is dumb, or to have let num equal -1, and then we try to set it in here instead. These are the only solutions that actually work, because when you define a try, the things inside of here are scoped into this block. So if you define a variable in here, if you do any new instantiations inside of the try block, they don't exist externally. Does just doing let num in here work? Nope. It does not. Nice try. Do you know what does work? Var. Because var hoists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. So what's going on here? When you define something in a block like this in JavaScript, it doesn't exist outside of the block, unless you use var, which allows you to hoist the value out. This is awful. This is terrible. The reason this exists is if you had an if statement. Like let's say we have function double if odd. And this function takes in, it won't even take in the number. We'll just grab the number still like this. Or you know what, we'll take in a number. We'll say num comes in here. If num mod 2 does not equal 0, then we return, or we can even define it in here, const doubled equals num times 2, return doubled. Obviously, you just return directly there. Otherwise, we return num. If we were to try and access doubled outside of here, even if we don't do that, console.log doubled, We can't do that because this doubled exists in this scope, not in this scope. If I was to call this below doubled if odd 4, we'll get an error, as we should, because this doubled variable doesn't exist out here. If I var it, it works because that will hoist it, which is a terrible behavior. But there's a reason that we do it this way. It's because this code might not get hit. There's a possibility, half the time in this case, that doubled will not be hit because this condition isn't necessarily true. And that's the problem here, is if we put something in here, and that's why we have blocked scoping inside of JavaScript. Because if you have a condition that might not be hit, any values that you define in here now are things that might not exist. Because if we pass this an even number, double doesn't exist, so obviously we can't log it. So here that makes sense. Where it makes a lot less sense is in a try block, because this try block always gets hit. No matter what we do, you will hit try. So why does this block get destroyed? Why don't we get to keep whatever variables and values happened in here? The only case I can think of that would make any sense for this behavior is if we're defining multiple things in here and an error could happen somewhere else. So if we change this back to var, but let's say I call get number, or let's just throw here. Throw new error, forcing var to never get hit. I could abstract this so it's a little sillier, like function log something. And let's say we have this log function that's just broken, and we trigger this here. This seems like it'll be fine, and we are catching an error here. But if we were catching this error and we weren't returning, this is when the problems start. Even if we set var num to just be 1, since this error happened before we hit this part in the scope, that value can't exist. Interesting that they have the error here is forcing var to never get hit. So it's smart enough to know that this should be hittable. And in this particular case, it's not, because I'm forcing an error before the variable is defined. But that's the only reason that try catch could ever reasonably be thought to keep things in its own block. Because theoretically, if in the catch, you don't escape. Because if in the catch I return, there is now no world in which we don't get to this code. But if we don't return here and we try to keep going through the code, but an error occurred before the variable is defined, then you can theoretically get into a situation where you're trying to interface with a variable that doesn't exist because you caught an error that occurred before the variable was defined. That's the only reason that try catch should have scoping in the try, because it is conditional, not in the sense that the whole thing conditionally runs, but any given line inside of the try catch might not be hit because an error happened earlier in that binding. So the more I'm thinking about it, I'm beginning to understand why it works this way, but it still sucks. Ideally, it wouldn't do that. And we would have TypeScript be smart enough that if we return in the catch, it knows the values exist. And if we don't return in the catch, then it assumes undefined could be the value for any given one of those variables. What do people on the tweet say? Because I'm curious if anybody else ended up coming to the same conclusion here. Yeah. The try block contains statements that are conditionally executed, with that condition being if an error was raised. Sounds like control flow to me. This is true even for code not wrapped in a try block. You just don't get anything else executed after in that case. Yes, I am beginning to change my mind on this. I even tweeted here that I wanted this to be a popular opinion, and I still do. But the fact that something occurring within the control flow might break that way is a real edge case that I hadn't been considerate of enough until I started writing the code and demoing it for this video. Crazy how educating people on a topic makes you more informed on that topic. Yeah, the difference if this is, so to follow up with what Leah said here is if the code is not wrapped in a try block, you just don't get anything else executed after in that case. But you do if you catch it. So that's the difference. If I was to just delete all of the try catch stuff here, this throws before any of the other code executes. So it might say the like var is never getting hit, whatever. We're going to const it instead. And now the error we're getting should be different. Do you even have a var in here anymore? Oh, no, that's the error that I named there. Never mind. Forgot that. I had named that. Cool. I was going insane for a second. We're going to change that to don't forget to subscribe. By the way, half my viewers haven't subscribed. Feel free to hit that button. Costs you nothing. Anyways. Now we're getting the error, don't forget to subscribe. Much more useful. The point I'm trying to make here is that because we're throwing this error, none of this code gets executed. But if I was to change this to var and bring back the try block, even if I suppress that, we now get an unexpected nan because the try catch kept this value from being defined. And now we're trying to interface with this value that doesn't exist. And when we multiply a value that doesn't exist by 2, the result's nan. So while I understand where Leah's coming from here, that if code isn't wrapped in a try block, the scoping problem still exists, except doesn't. Because when you don't have the try catch block, it's impossible. Excuse me. Because if you don't have the try catch block, it's impossible for this code underneath to execute. If you were to think of the try block less like one block and more like each line is an if statement, it makes more sense that it's scoped the way it is, because it means you have to assume afterwards that the values don't exist. Yeah, I'm changing my tone on this. I'm coming around. I might change my mind on this. I hate the DX of it, regardless. But the fact that you can have an error occur before a variable is defined, and if you don't return and catch, it's possible to try and access that value and do something wrong and broken, that would suck. Okay. Yeah, I've changed my mind. Cool. Yeah. Hopefully you watch to the end of the video so you can see why my mind on this has changed, because as much as I agree, my mind is changing. Ethan Nicer, by the way, the guy who made... Ethan Nicer had an interesting point I wanted to talk about because he said I should. If you don't already know him, he's the guy that made Effect TS popular. Zig has a similar concept here, where you can, on a given call, write a catch case there, and then you can assume afterwards that that thing exists, which is actually a pretty cool concept. If you look at catch return. Interesting. So file not found. There's also a try keyword, which is cool, where we try file.write all. And now, if there's an issue, we will return error file not found, and shows you where that came from. Because we're trying to write to a file that does not exist foo.txt. We defer the close, which means that after the function runs, we close the file writer, and we try to write. Since we put try here, we can get the error for accessing that. Makes sense. Good stuff. Yeah, I do like how Zig is doing this. There's definitely stuff to learn from here. But it is important to understand that if we're defining things inside of a try block in JavaScript, it's possible that any line isn't accessed. Yeah, this is the first time I've just straight up changed my opinion from the start to the end of a video. This is the first time in a while that I'm just coming out with a different opinion than I had at the start. But I no longer agree. That hurts. And somehow, despite all of that, my conclusion is, as always, JavaScript sucks. I did not think by the end of this I would end up disagreeing and still somehow hate JavaScript more, but that's the nature of this terrible language we work with. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That was a fun one. I'm upset. I change my mind often. I was just joking about that. But yeah, I remember the last time I started and ended a video with an entirely different stance. Do I quote tweet with the problem here? Okay, that's the screenshot I wanted. While filming a video on this, I ended up changing my mind. Since the try block itself may always trigger, but any given line in it is technically conditionally run. This can result in weird cases where a value is defined or where a value is not defined and access to it breaks in weird ways. See and by the way, var allows you to escape the scoping, which would behave how the Varu described it should behave. I was 100% aligned. I just want to see if they have pronouns or not. Yeah. I'm sad. I really wanted to fully agree with that. And in the end, the answer is probably that we should all just use effect. That is done. Cool. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actual videos. My back hurts and the room's too hot, so I'm going to air out quick. Give me a sec. There's a 6-degree Fahrenheit difference between inside and outside of my studio right now. It's 81 in here and it's 75 out there. I am dying. Hopefully the fan noise isn't too bad. I'd love a gut check on how y'all feel about fan noise. If there isn't any, then I'll go record something. All fine? Fan noise unhearable. Cool. We don't need use effect tech lead haste to see your commits. Lol. Because theoretically either line could throw. Okay, so you can hear it a bit. That's good to know. Means I can't record anything like too important. Don't let the effect... Not sure it shows up. Or, yeah, I'm sure the post-processing it probably won't show up either. Okay, the number we need is 9 videos, right? There's no way I'm doing that today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I forgot to publish a video today. Fuck. Yeah, I need to go publish a video. I made a thumbnail for one. Hide this. Yeah, my Google Reddit one bombed. Oh yeah, AI Plateau. This is what I need to do. I made thumbnails for it. Cool. Has AI hit a plateau? We've seen insane advancements from OpenAI, ChatGPT, Anthropic, and basically every other LLM provider. But it seems like those advancements have slowed. Is this the Moore's law of LMs breaking down? Can we blame NVIDIA? Let's talk about it. Sources. This one has an insane amount of sources. I might gist it because I have a suspicion that putting too many links in a video description pisses off YouTube a bit. You know what? We're going to go with that assumption. AI peaked sources, or AI plateau Theo vid sources dot sources AI plateau dot MD. Okay, maybe I should not have new lined all of those. Why does it select the numbers when I do that? That's so annoying. Come on, GitHub. You're supposed to be good at these. Like the one thing you are supposed to do right is the browser editor. Come on. Cool. Now we have that. And because YouTube loves to nuke my descriptions, I've made it a habit to, in my notes here, dump the sources. Also, ready for Notion quirk of the day? Open code block, paste. Okay, that time it worked. Half the time I do that, it will paste underneath the code block. And it drives me fucking mad. Ben already placed ads on it. Submit. Next, 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 public, publish. New videos live. Let's go tweet it. Has AI hit a plateau? Cool. The video is up. We'll see how that performs. I should have run the ads when I was doing that. Oops. Yeah, the Elgato software side's quite rough, especially on Mac. I hate Wavelink. Wavelink is why I moved off of Elgato stuff, honestly. It was so unstable. I'm sorry. I know I used to recommend that mic really hard, but I stopped because of these issues. Your watch told you that I posted a new video. I'm only getting started. We're only 4.5 hours in. I often stream 8+ hours. If you guys want to signal boost the tweet, feel free since you were here for when the video dropped. Mark that as published. Now we can get back to our job, making more videos. Temperature's dropping, but not quite as fast as I would have liked. That's hilarious, Snow. I know a couple people who do this. I know companies that will watch my stream on the TV and just hang out on the couch when they're working. Hi, if you're one of those companies, thank you for doing that. especially because you're near the end of your workday, probably. I did see Dan was back. Excited for whatever he's cooking here. Trying to think, are any of these videos ones where I won't be mad if the audio's bunk? I feel like this one I won't be too bothered if it gets fucked up. But also, garbage collection in JS Sucks is so clickable that it might do really well. Fuck, I should delay that one until I can turn off the fan. This NPM garbage one might actually be a good fit for this. Let's do it. The Primogen snipe? I don't even know where I sniped Prime. I know you can't hear it, but if it ends up being a problem, it'll be annoying. And yeah, the new... Oh, garbage collection. Oh, yeah. The upload thing site's stunning now. Do I have it zoomed in? Oh, no, it just doesn't work well on my resolution, which is particularly funny. I'll have to fix that later. Yeah, 720p is hard. Still looks fine, but there are adjustments we could make for sure, specifically making that a bit smaller on certain sizes. The animation's fucking stunning, though. It's so good. It's really cool that we have like legitimately one of the coolest websites in tech now. We went from an ugly shit show to stunning. That's awesome, Aiden. Oh, yeah, there's so many little details that are dope. And huge shout out to Mark for getting that implemented as fast as he did too. It's so good. Oh shit. Hey, Gabriel. You didn't miss anything, so... I was trying to figure out what to record while the fan is going so I don't have to worry about the sound being bunk. You'll have to watch the video I filmed earlier about Sustained if you want to know the answer to that one, Ace. Or read my FAQ. I think it's in there. We're doing the NPM garbage video. I'll let chat hang out for this one. We'll cut straight to it for this one. Don't do an intro, just straight to me starting it. Oh, shit. Just got a bunch of gift subs. Thank you, Kabir Sink, for the pile of gifts. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Anyways, the Great NPM Garbage Patch. I have no idea what this is going to be, but I am so curious. I am so curious. Let's dive in together. In April of this year, the Phylum research team revealed the proliferation of spam packages in NPM associated with the T protocol, a decentralized initiative that promises to compensate software devs in cryptocurrency for their open source contributions. Okay. I did not think I was about to get into a crypto company ruining the NPM ecosystem with garbage. I am so excited now. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Last month, we published our quarterly research report, which estimated that approximately 1 of every 4 packages published to NPM in Q2 were associated with T, virtually all of which had no redeeming quality, aside from gaming the protocol to inflate a software dev's contribution artificially. Let's take a deeper look. T.xyz, I've vaguely heard about this. This is an attempt to pay open source maintainers with crypto. I have the real spicy take that there isn't really a way to enforce open source contribution. Like, if you make it so people have to pay, it no longer is open source by definition. And I think that's okay. There should be more effort into allowing for devs that are doing awesome open source things to make money off of their work. And we need to, as a culture, shift towards bullying businesses that aren't paying the open source maintainers building the stuff they rely on into paying them accordingly. The lack of that is a massive problem. The fact that giant businesses are built on the backs of open source stuff and no money goes back to them is a problem. But it's our nature as engineers to try and solve that with more engineering. You can't build your way out of this problem, though. The way open source works, and the thing that makes it so good, is that the code is given out with no expectation of return. The expectation should not be engineered into the code. It should come from a culture outside of it. We should make people who work at these companies, the leadership making the decisions at these companies, and the individual engineers who are working on things on top of these open source things at these businesses all feel terrible for not paying the open source maintainers they rely on. But that's not enough. But that's not what we have now. Cut that wasn't enough. Sadly, that's not the reality of what we have now. And many open source maintainers building the things that we rely on every day on the web and in compute as a whole are not being contributed to properly. But I promise you, I am 1000% certain that the solution is not some bullshit fucking cryptocurrency. And as much as I love that this dev is the creator of Homebrew, and as much as he has had a crazy history, remember the famous story of him not getting hired at Google? Yeah, I don't want to talk shit on the individual dev because he's made things I rely on every day. But this is a really brutal attempt at solving a culture problem with not just any code, but with Web3 code. So I'm already very skeptical going in, but let's see how this article convinces me that T isn't just weird, but is actually a problem. Yeah. With new research from a fresh perspective, our team can now report that the volume of these packages is likely larger than our initial estimates. Their initial estimates were that it was a fourth of new packages, and it might be worse. Is this the Hacktoberfest of NPM, but instead of a t-shirt, it's crypto? Oof. Oof. Like an island of discarded plastic twice the size of Texas floating over the North Pacific Ocean, NPM has accrued an astonishing amount of spam packages over the past 6 months. Reread on that. Like the island of discarded plastic twice the size of Texas that floats around in the North Pacific Ocean, NPM has accrued an astonishing amount of spam packages over the past 6 months. Join us as we take a fresh look at the pollution in this open source ecosystem. Apparently, they had a previous blog about it. Feel free to use the links in the description if you want to read that. We're just reading this one here. As detailed in our previous post, the T protocol perversely incentivizes software developers to exaggerate their contribution to open source development. Using a modified page rank called a T rank, software devs are rewarded based on their proof of contribution. As the early SEO spammers figured out how to gain page ranks for their benefits, history is repeating itself, and a few devs have spammed open source repositories with absurd amounts of worthless packages. Is this what that dude was doing for the guy who claimed he was adding Node 0.4 support, but ended up installing 15 of his own dependencies on a package that previously had none? I know it's not actually that because the pennies you would make off it is jack shit, but it's a funny thought. NPM, the largest open source ecosystem, has suffered the worst from this pollution from various actors. Some of the hallmarks of these spam packages are gibberish package names with random combinations of words from a list, implausible lists of dependent packages, a dubious number of dependent packages, and in the morass of transitive dependencies, the ubiquitous t.yaml file that ultimately identifies the code owner. That's the key. If you see a t.yaml in a package, at this point, I'm willing to say if you see a t.yaml, don't trust the package. When Phylum first started investigating the situation in February, we were continually amazed at the sheer volume of packages that could be published, clearly due to automation. So we turned our attention to trying to understand the full scope of the spam problem. Shout out to Phylum for writing this, by the way. I should figure out what they do so I show them properly. Oh, they're a software supply chain security company. So they're like CrowdStrike, but solving the problem where it actually lives, where the software is coming from. Good shit. Worth checking out, and maybe even going to their Black Hat event. They're not paying me to do this. They have no idea I'm making this video, but this investigation is dope, and I wanted to shout them out for that reason. For a baseline, at the start of 2024, the total number of packages ingested into Phylum daily from NPM was around 1,500 each business day, and about half that on weekends. So that's the number of new packages being ingested every day. Starting in February of 2024, Phylum began to notice a steady increase in NPM package publications from a few thousand to tens of thousands. The high watermark of this increase occurred on the 8th of April, 2024, with over 48,000 48,000 packages published to NPM. That's insane. On one day, 48,000 publishes were packaged, but before it was only 1,500 a day. Insane. This explosion of packages led us to our first discovery of the perverse incentives of the T protocol. Last month, in preparation for our quarterly report, we took a random sample from all NPM packages published in quarter 2, and we manually triaged around 1,600 of them. If a package contained markers of the T protocol abuse, as noticed above, we marked it as spam. With these, we found 95%. I'm going to read this whole section. If a package contained markers of the T protocol being abused, as we noted above, we marked it as spam. With these, we found a 95% confidence interval for the estimate of the percentage of spam packages in NPM in quarter 2 to be between 21% and 25%, or in other words, over 500,000 spam packages. So if we really want to be able to contribute to open source, all we have to do is make up a shitty crypto. Good to know. Think about how much time DigitalOcean and GitHub could have saved if instead of giving us crappy t-shirts, they gave us a crappy crypto worth nothing. This is going to be painful. Upon further reflection, we considered that many NPM projects have nightly builds or alpha, beta, and canary versions. So these legitimate packages that enjoy a robust development cycle might dilute the size of the true impact of spam. What if we restricted our search to new packages, packages that have never been seen before on NPM? We widened our search in our NPM data back to February, where we saw the first T protocol spam, and we removed all the packages that had at least one version published prior. That left us with over 890,000 new, never-before seen packages from February to now. From this set, they took a random sample of 900 and applied the same criteria, and of that, 95% confidence interval showed 68 to 75% of new packages were from this spam. So between 613,000 and 670,000 spam packages from February to now for this shit crypto. The guy who made Homebrew is committing terrorism against NPM right now. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is this dude on Twitter? Because I'm gonna I don't normally encourage flaming people, and I'm not going to here. Do not flame him. If I see y'all flaming this dude, I'm gonna be very mad at y'all. Hey at MXCL. Love your work on Brew. Couldn't imagine using a Mac without it. I think you need to fundamentally reconsider the T protocol stuff. This is horrifying. Let's shrink this so I can get a better screenshot. Cool. Let's give the research link. Here's a link to the research, by the way. Huge shout out to Phylum, right? Is it Phylum.io? Yeah. Here's the tweet if y'all want to go signal boost this. You can't remove packages on NPM because theoretically something could be depending on them. They don't remove NPM packages basically ever. Signal boosting is liking, retweeting, doing things so that it has more signal on it. Yeah, I hate that I am fighting. I'm mincing so many words right now. I want to be so much ruder than I'm being. I'm trying my best to be kind and assume best intent, but I can't right now. I have to assume that this is like, don't assume malice when you can assume stupidity. I can assume malicious stupidity here. This is so dumb. Holy shit. Yeah, 5 of every 7 packages published over the past 6 months are T-spam. So what's the threat here? Followers of this blog know that most of our content focuses on exploits, or followers of the Phylum blog know that most of our content focus is on exploiting active malicious attacks reread. Followers of this blog know that most of our God, I can't read it all today. So is there a threat here? Great question. I'm sure these guys will know more than I do. Followers of this blog know that most of our content focuses on exposing active malicious attacks against open source software devs. In the spirit of full disclosure, Phylum has yet to discover evidence that these packages contain or lead to the usual kind of malice that we regularly report. Good call out. There's no known security issue here yet. It's just nonsense being published. But as a general observation, this pollution is a kind of malice, and there are several dangerous avenues that this could turn into. Autumn, you're concerned here about this using up all good NPM names. I don't have this concern because that's a problem already. There's an account that has like hundreds of packages reserved because he just registered every one word he could think of when NPM started and just sits on them. It has so many. I'm trying to remember the account. If anybody can remember the NPM person that has like every one word, like just list and shit. Like if I go to npm.js, let's see if I can guess it just by searching things that no one has. List. So this dude, no, he has actual things. Fuck. I saw there was something that I wanted that he had. I want to sort opposite. Nope. Fuck. This is not the account. Fuck. God. I wish I could remember the one I saw, because it pissed me off so much when I learned this. Was it file? Files? It wasn't glob. Glob's good, because it's Isaac. Fuck, what was it? NPM package name squatting. I recall a specific NPM user who squatted on dozens of one-word package names. Do you know who it was? And or have an example of a name they are squatting on? I think this is actually the person. I'm just going to go to a random person's profile and like swap the... No? Fuck, did they get suspended? Ah, here it is. This is the one I was thinking of. Cool. He got nuked. That's good to see. See, we just squat like v sharp, view sharp CLI, this dot view, view dot this, view loader, Babel, Vue plugin DND, just like squatted fucking every name he thought might ever be valuable to somebody. Yeah, they had mitosis and create mitosis. So Builder.io was unable to use it, which is insane. So NPM already has a squatting problem, regardless of the spam shit. So yeah, thankfully they got terminated because of the massive push that resulted. Also, the discussion or the NPM feedback repo has since been archived, which is hilarious. Did GitHub make any statement? Typo squatting attack on NPM went undetected for 2 weeks. Yeah. Kind of insane. Thankful that this person got nuked because that's insane. Yeah. But as the point you're trying to make is that squatting has been an issue for a long time now. Is -0. Jesus. That hurts. Yeah. So regardless, the point I'm trying to make is that squatting has been a problem for a long time now. Not a new issue. Anyways, as the article says, there is no safety risk immediately here. We have not seen any malware being published through these spam packages. But as a general observation, this pollution is a kind of malice, and there are several dangerous avenues that this could turn into. Oh, all of those packages have a repo connected with T? Oof. Of course they do. Unlike malicious typo squatting campaigns in which a user unsuspectingly might accidentally install Reacts instead of React, it's not at all likely that a dev would make the same mistake with, for example, Quasar Fig OE1T. However, a package like Web3 Cover is more plausible, where the developer would also get the 170 dependencies along with the complete transitive dependency tree for each of those. Insane. Next, because the AI hype train is at full steam, we must point out the obvious. AI models that are trained on these packages will almost certainly skew the outputs in unintended directions. These packages are ultimately garbage, and the mantra of garbage in, garbage out holds true. Finally, these large-scale spam campaigns hinder the open source package registry's ability to reason through the safety of all packages in an ecosystem, despite the fact that no reasonable person would ever endeavor to install one of these spam packages. This is speaking from their experience, where it's harder to keep track of what's going on in the NPM ecosystem and find things if 95% of what they're scanning through is nonsense. They raise the noise floor and create an environment in which an adversary could surreptitiously hide actual maliciousness. Yep, by making there be so much noise, finding actual abuse is much harder. Thinking like the adversary. Let's start by taking a look at the following package, Sour Noise. The NPM website lists a single dependency on Axios. Cool, so Sour Noise depends on Axios. There's not a lot happening here. The package does not contain code, and according to NPM, the only dependency is the extremely popular Axios package. Is this package safe to install? Well, package.json tells a different story. Dependency Axios isn't Axios. It's this random tarball reference to another package of theirs in order to get that to be installed, which almost certainly then has T. That's... What? What? Why do they report that wrong? Why does NPM say that it depends on Axios when it's depending on a random URL? That's a massive failure on the NPM site's side. We're fucked. It's over. Yeah, as Autumn just said, fuck, we're done. NPM is that. I'm getting so much more stress as I keep reading this. Holy shit. Yeah, contrary to what NPM states, the package actually depends on one of our aforementioned spam packages. This is a byproduct of how NPM handles and displays dependencies to users on the site. There's no clear linkage to this spam package and Axios, which is listing Sour Noise as a dependent. That's actually really funny. So Axios says Sour Noise is a dependent. If we were to go to Axios' GitHub, it says Sour Noise depends on it, even though it doesn't. It depends on this. The fuck? To say that you'd never install one of these spam packages is to ignore the complexity of the supply chain. Transitive dependencies can pull in packages that the developer neither wants nor expects to receive. Yeah, that's a massive issue. This NPM needs to fix fucking ASAP. Holy shit. Open source software ecosystem pollution is a problem for everyone. The T Protocol project is taking steps to remediate this problem. It would be unfair to legitimate participants in the T Protocol to have their remuneration reduced because others are spamming and scamming the system. Also, NPM's begun to take down some of these spammers, but the takedown rate does not match the new publication rate. And this problem is not limited to NPM alone. For example, this user published nearly 1,800 spam packages on Ruby Gems in late February and early March 2024. When you consider that Ruby Gems is probably running Ruby, and that means it's probably single-threaded, this probably took the Ruby Gems project like multiple hours to deal with. That was a joke about Ruby being slow. I think it's tasteful. Anyways, Phylum's actively researching this area and will continue to seek new ways to detect the spam as these actors adapt their tactics. This is one of the best research blogs I've read. Yeah, if I had security issues, I would be hitting up Phylum immediately. This was great. Fantastic read. If you want to check out their other blog posts and see their coverage of this going forward, check out the link in the description. I want to see how my tweet is doing before I end the video to see if anybody brought up anything valuable here. Apple could fix this, but they won't. God damn it, Yaxine. Don't include that in the video. We're going to wrap up. Cool. Ugh. I'm feeling a large sense of external dread. I'm feeling a large sense of existential dread right now. Let me know if you feel similarly in the comments. And until next time, don't install spam packages. That hurt me. This got bumped up to a priority release. I'd say structured AI is top priority. This is next. That puts us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actual videos. To stay on track for the 7 a week, we need to do 1 more. But if we want to be safe until my next stream, we need to do 3 more. We're about to hit the 5-hour mark. Oh, why is the streak number changing now? It's probably using days. And once you pass 5 p.m., that's the, or 6 p.m. probably because of daylight savings, for me at least. That's the point of like the new UTC day. So there's a new day that you're on, so to speak. God, I hate that the chair I'm in right now is so much nicer and more expensive than the one I used to sit on in here. But it's so much less comfortable. It's weird. I had a really crappy foldable $20 chair before that was strangely comfortable. And this one isn't. I still need to find something that doesn't hurt my ass and back so much by the end of the long stream. I've been showing my thoughts on the new Twitch mobile for like a year now because I got it early. It's awful. I fucking hate it so much. So much. Almost to the point where I want to do a video on it for the second channel, but not quite enough for that. I don't want... No, Secret Labs is not. Secret Labs is fucking garbage. Fuck all of the gamer chair bullshit. Just like the right answer is a Herman Miller, but I don't want a chair that's visible. So when I'm in this scene, you can't see that I have a chair behind me. That's the specific thing I want. And that's not a thing that you can buy a gamer chair for. My chair in my studio is fucking... Or no, my chair in my office is awesome. It's just an Embody. And I love my Embody. But I'm not having that here because I don't want a chair that's visible. I do have an exercise ball in the closet, but I'm not using it yet. I might give it a shot. I like the Embody, but the Embody and the Aeron are both nice. What did he link? Oh boy. This will be fun. Make a blog post and I'll probably talk about it. I like where you're going with this, Autumn. This is your personal site doesn't mean it can't be a video, man. Come on, you should know better than that. Sorry for the neglection, YouTube chat. Lol. Good joke, Con. I've heard take my 3 p.m. meds. That explains a lot. Too late now. Temperature's down to 78. Might close the door and do the garbage collection one. How long is this post? Long, but not too bad. How long is this one? Because I want to do both. Yeah. I'm just going to go straight in for this one. You can't control GC and web workers. That's painful. Oh, that actually would be fun. I'm going to turn off the fan and close the door, and then we'll record this one. I'm fucking dying in here now. Anyways. Weird garbage collection. Theo bingo card. It's not a Theo bingo card. It's just binding over and over. Anyways. Already markered, right? Yep, markered. Cool. Ready to go. I have an intro in mind. Garbage collection? Is this a video about Go? No. Believe it or not, there is garbage collection in a bunch of languages, not just Go, even if that's where we usually end up talking about it nowadays. Obviously, languages like Rust don't have GC, and you have to clean up your memory yourself. And I know for a lot of you JS devs, you might not even know what garbage collection is. A real quick TLDR is that garbage collection is the method that we use to collect things that are left behind when we finish running code. If you have a function that takes a bunch of data that it read from a file, and then the function completes, you shouldn't still have that data in memory. And the solution to this is garbage collection, where we look through the memory, see what isn't still being used, and clean it up. As great as this process is, because it makes it so much easier to write code, it does have some flaws. And where would you go for flaws in a language other than JavaScript, the world's most flawed popular language? And with that, we have some real fun garbage collection behaviors that were discovered by Jake, Surma, and Jason. And I want to take time to break these down because they're fascinating. Link in the description as always. Huge shout out to Jake and crew for writing this one. And there's a separate blog post we'll be going over after with even more subtle memory leaks you might run into. So, me, Surma, and Jason were hacking on a thing, and we discovered that garbage collection within a function doesn't quite work how we expected. So in this example, they create an array buffer with a ton of space. They set a timeout here. So this timeout means that this occurs after the function executes. But then we return a cancel function so we can clear the timeout. So we have this timeout, which means this will run a second after the function executes. But if we want to stop that, we can call the function that it returned. So global this.canceldemo equals demo. Now, within 1 second, the byte length will be console logged, but we could clear it. If we called global this.canceldemo as a function, we would clear the timeout, and this would never happen. I want to know when the memory gets cleaned up. I'm very curious now. So here we have some interesting things. Apparently with the above, the big array buffer is leaked forever. This was unexpected to the crew because after a second, the function referencing big array buffer is no longer callable, and the returned cancel function doesn't reference the big array buffer. Yeah, that's interesting. You would think that after this got called, it'd be fine. My assumption was if you called this clear function, that might leak because it didn't properly clean up. But just by returning the clear timeout, it appears to be keeping this in scope. My guess is because ID is the returned value from this, which means it's reference counting from big array buffer to this anonymous function to set timeout to ID to this function. And since global this.cancel demo still exists and it references ID, that reference tracker results in big array buffer staying allocated. That's my guess. We'll see as we go forward. JS engines are reasonably smart. This doesn't leak. If we have a big array buffer, we log it and call demo, that will get cleaned up properly. This also doesn't leak because set timeout being called here means that once this is done, the reference counter dies and it falls apart and it gets cleaned up. I think that I'm right on this now that I'm seeing this, that this doesn't leak makes me feel like I actually know memory. See, I can do low-level stuff. Watch, I'm going to go pivot into Rust now. No, I'm not. I never would. Anyways. In this case, the engine sees big array buffer is referenced by inner functions, so it's kept around. It's associated with the scope that was created when demo was called. After a second, the function referencing big array buffer is no longer callable. Since the function is no longer callable, big array buffer gets destroyed. Lots of sounds outside, 1 second. I don't necessarily think it's about the callability of the function so much as a reference to the function. This reference to this function, which references byte or big array buffer, exists until it's executed, and then it doesn't. But if we had assigned it to something, then it would continue to exist. Yeah, my guess is if instead of the clear timeout there, we literally just returned ID, the same problem would exist. That's my gut. Specifically because it's being assigned to global this, which means it'll just be around forever. Yeah. This also doesn't leak because, again, remember, when you're thinking of garbage collection, you have to think about the reference counter, the chain of events, and how a given thing that takes memory is understood to be consumed. So big array buffer here is not being consumed by anything. So there's no reference that would have to be tracked. And as soon as this executes, it's going to get cleaned up. But if we were to put big array buffer in here, now there's a reference to it there. ID references this references that. Clear timeout references the ID, which references this, which means it can't be cleaned up. That makes sense. So again, this example is actually quite helpful in that it shows this only gets bound if it's included in the timeout function. Here's where it gets messy. Once we log the big array buffer, meaning that this is now tracked here, the reference counter has gone up. And it leaks because the engine sees big array buffer is referenced by the inner function, so it's kept around. It's associated with that scope that was created when demo was called. After a second, the function referencing big array buffer is no longer callable, but the scope remains because the cancel function is still callable. Big array buffer is associated with the scope, so it remains in memory. Called it. Banger. I know my shit. See, for once, I'm actually right about how this works. I hate that I know JS this well. I actually hate myself for that. Yep, cool. And I expected this as well. When you set global this.cancel demo to be null, now it can be garbage collected because you've wiped the one reference that was still available. That checks out. This isn't specific to timers, though. This is the example this isn't specific to timers, though. It's just how I encountered the issue. For example, you could do something like this. We have the buffer, global this.innerfunc1 logs it, global this.innerfunc2 console logs it. And now when we call demo, it's being retained. If we call global this inner function 1 and set it to something else, it's still being retained. And inner function 2 is what clears it. That's weird. Is it because both of these are like referenced together because it's multiple changes to global this? How easy is it for me to set this up in a way where I can debug it in my own console and see when memory isn't freeable? Because my gut feel is if like this was window.innerfunc and this was global this.innerfunc too, that it might allow the cleanup earlier. Because my guess is since both of these are interfacing on the same object, that all references to that object that were defined here are grouped together. And if any one of them gets lost, and if any one of them is still around, the binding still exists and the reference counter still exists. That's my guess. Okay, according to chat, I can just do this in the browser. I might need a clean about blank with less going on. So we've done that. Let's pull up. He said the debugger to check all allocations of the performance tab to see literally every byte. Do I have to like rerun that then? Probably. Record. Can I do that while I'm in the console at the same time? It does not appear I can. That's really annoying. Okay, we have 101 megabytes being used right now. Global this dot inner func 1 equals null. And go back to memory. Can I move this up? Cool. We'll move that and that. And I should move network up too because I use that a lot. And the rest I don't care about. Cool. Honestly, console should be first and network second. Cool. So we still have that. If I was to take another snapshot, still 100 megs, but global this.inner func 2 equals null. Now a new snapshot, 2.5 megs. Cool. We have everything we need to fuck with this now. Huge, huge, huge. Thank you, chat, for the help here. Here's the first thing I want to try. Window.innerfunc1 instead. Make sure this still allocates too much. Cool. Window.innerfunc1 equals undefined. Fuck. Okay. I'm not as clever as I thought I was. Just make sure before I run that. Still the same. Can I brute force? Somebody said I can brute force the garbage collection. I don't know how I would do that. The brush icon does it. Yeah, here is that giant binding here still. Yeah, this big array buffer is still bound. Because of innerfunc2 in window. Global proxy. Yeah. Fuck. That sucks. JavaScript's dumb. Yeah, now I'm sure if I take the snapshot, it's gone now. Yeah. I want to play. I am so curious. Now I have to fuck with this. I'm even going to return it. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to window or global this dot inner func1 equals, we'll just yoink that. And instead here, we're going to call allocate. I'm just curious if like one level of abstraction is enough for this to stop doing that. So then we'll do global. Actually, I should clear and restart this all. Cool. Paste. Global this dot inner func1 equals undefined. And now we will check. That does it. That's fucking stupid. I had a feeling. Called it. Somebody in chat was literally typing as I did that it would not, or that it would still be in scope. Nope. You overestimate JavaScript's incompetence, or underestimate JavaScript's incompetence, but also underestimate its competence. What if I return the function from allocate? Then it will break for sure. That is like guaranteed to break. Actually, no, just returning this. I guess we could do global this.innerfunc1 equals. That I'm actually curious about. Yoink that, clear this, paste. I should just add the global this.innerfunc1 equals undefined here to make the copy paste job faster. Memory, snapshot, 2.2 megs. Fuck, that does it too. It's because the definition is happening inline that happens. Huh. Last check. This is going to drive me mad if this also works. This absolutely shouldn't, because now the array buffer will exist within this scope. Yeah, if this works, then it's straight up just a dumb bug in JavaScript. Yeah, no, I expected that one to work. Or to not work. Yeah, that makes sense. Fascinating. Move the function out again. Yeah, so, okay. I'm going to do my best to describe why this is happening the way it is from my understanding. Know that everything else in this video, relatively right, relatively confident, probably trustworthy. Here I'm getting into straight up crazy speculation land, so know that going into this part. My suspicion here is that the existence of big array buffer here implies that any bindings that occurred here might still depend on this. If I was to actually, let's just make a function. So I'll just do func or const func equals allocate. I have to move this up there actually. No, I did want that there, actually. We'll just put this here for now, then. Cool. So what I'm trying here is we're going to bind this function that logs it, not to global this, just in general, we're going to bind it and see what happens. Memory, new snapshot. Haha! Had a feeling. Had a feeling. That is pathetic, but it makes so much sense. Okay, so I get it now. Any call to global this that occurs inside of a function means that any key in this function will continue to exist and not be able to be cleaned up until every call to global this has been dereferenced. So by doing anything with global this in the same place that big array buffer is defined, I would bet even if we comment this out, it might still happen. So we're going to try that. No, it doesn't. So if you have to define a function, cool. So if you define any functionality that exists in this scope, that is the same scope as where the global this binding is created, it is the shared scope of this global this binding, this instantiation, and any function that could touch big array buffer. It doesn't even have to be on global this for that to happen. If we just log the length, that's actually a good question too. Let's try that. Clear, paste, memory, snapshot. That one can clean up. That makes sense because technically it doesn't have any reason to believe it could still be called. But what's fascinating here is that a function scope cannot be cleaned up until every instance of a global this binding is cleaned up first if they're in the same scope. So the creation of a function that calls this being at the same level, so to speak, the same scope that a global this assignment occurs means that this reference has to be cleared before any other references in this can be cleared as well. So again, if I just paste that one, we'll refresh, paste, memory, snapshot, 102. I only have to screw with global this.inner func 2 now. So now we've set that to undefined. We will once again be down to 2 megs of memory. Jesus. Cool. I'm happy we took the time to do that. Thank you, chat, for telling me it was not that hard to do. I'm not testing this with var. You cannot convince me. There's some updates here. I want to read these two. I originally thought the capturing of values only happened for functions that outlived the initial execution of the parent function, but that's not the case. Oh, look at that. Same thing I just found. Cool. It's a cross-browser issue. Apparently others have written about it. Oh, this was the React query one, right? Yeah, I saw this one. I was almost going to reference this. This seems like an awesome article, and Kevin's a bro, so definitely worth checking that out if you're curious about how these things affect you in React. Somebody thought that eval was the cause, but it absolutely isn't. Anyways, I want to read these other subtle memory leak issues because this is not where this ends, and we're going in more and more into madness as we dig deeper. This one's from Nico. It's referencing the garbage collection post from Jake. Demo function snippet is the problematic code. Here we have that problematic code. Creates an array buffer. Yep, we know all that some more. So a subtle memory retention issue. Yeah, it's not technically a memory leak, it's memory retention. That's a fair point. Creates a timeout. This is basically all the things that I just did. Never mind. This is no longer necessary. Phase, cut out the part where I said there's 2 blog posts because there aren't. I don't need that because it's literally what I did. Cool. Yeah, my head hurts. This is what happens when I talk about memory too much. It's almost like my brain has too much memory in it already, and now we're overfilling it. And I feel like this is one of those memory leaks that I'll never unallocate. This is all I'm going to be able to think about whenever I call global this in JavaScript editing ever again. Let me know if your head hurts too, and if this is going to stay in your memory, or if you're just going to garbage collect it out. And until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. The thing is done. Gonna kill that part. Done. That's 8. We're at 5.5 hours. It's 6:30. I am certainly going to stream next week when I'm back. And that would put us over. That would get us to that 9 video mark. Hell, it'll probably get us another 7 to 8 videos, which would get us quite a bit past. So I am relatively comfortable calling it now, knowing that we have so much good content to do in the near future. How long will Glaze be? kind of want to play with this one. Or honestly, make my research team play with it and tell me what they learn. Yep. Gabriel, you have homework now. Well, that's been in there for a while. I really hope I sent that one. Ooh, shit. I haven't seen this one. It's funny. That blog post is from January. Good shit. Sneak that in the research channel. I might do a video on that one. Yo, thank you, Kabir, for gifting to East as well as dropping 5 gift bomb right after that. I also missed a raid from me. Thank you. We got Panda Dex as well with the 2 months of Prime. Thank you so much for that. I might have missed these gifts as well, Kabir. Thank you so much for the constant gift subs. Appreciate it a ton. You've gifted a lot this stream. We got Autumn Light 4 months in with the banana. Thank you for that. We got Fluffy Sauce with the gift. Thank you. Bryden is not smart with the Prime. I think I thanked you for the 13 months NMG. Regardless, we appreciate it. Almost certain I got to you Visceral X, but just in case. Neutrino with the 4 months. Definitely got Kevin. Okay, we've caught up. Hate to leave in the middle of a hype train, but also we're under 1,000 subs again. Not trying to guilt y'all or shame y'all, but when you think about how much value you guys get from this channel, do you really think 991 subs represents that properly? We've had like 2,000 before, and I have to go on a trip. Look at that. The guilting worked. We got a tier 3 from Frosted Grandpa pushing us at the 10 months. Kabir, you were already gifting. I was not trying to guilt you. I was trying to guilt everybody else, but appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much for the gifts. Really appreciate that. Whenever this hype train ends is when we're leaving. So the longer you guys can keep it going, the longer I'll hang out. We'll make it an AMA for now. What do you got for me here? I'm not smart enough for this. This looks really cool, but I had not seen it before. It's cool shit, though. Damn. We're up at the level 5 already. Next auth is such an important library and slowly has gotten more and more painful, especially as like the ecosystem is shifting and the lead maintainer's focus is more so on Next itself, because he works at Vercel now. Olympic skating was dope. Quite the contest. It was a good year. Yuta winning again is nuts. Yo, Robo Edit with the sub. Thank you so much for that. Pushing us up to level 6. I have so many videos about interviews. So many videos about interviews. And I have another one coming up soon. It's I might have already published it now I think about it. Yeah, I must have already published it. Hiring hot takes, Theo. Love Theo Vaughn destroying it. Fuck, when did I do it? I also just missed a huge gift bomb, so coming back to Twitch for a sec to celebrate that. Thank you, Dish Pit, for the 10 gift subs. Appreciate that a ton. Brute forcing us all the way up to level 7 on that hype train. Biggest hype train we've had in a minute. Where is this fucking video I just did? I remember making the thumbnail for it. I don't remember what it was, but I remember making it. When was this? Oh, did you find it, Gabriel? Thank you. Options, especially the last. Yeah, tech hiring doesn't work. Yeah, a month ago. Okay, yeah, there it is. I forgot I did a fake tweet one for that. Yeah, just turned down after 7 interviews. Tech hiring doesn't work. That one, I talk a lot about like how to do interviews right. Thank you, Gabriel. Yes, I'll be at TwitchCon this year. Let's start figuring out who we're going to raid. I can give Miko the raid. Oh no, Shindigs is live. We're raiding Shindigs if he's still going to be live any amount of time. Oh, he's only been live for 37 minutes. He's claiming it's a long stream day. We're raiding Shindigs. I'm calling it now because I want to watch Shindigs. I will see y'all next week on Wednesday. Should be a fun one. I'll have a lot of stories because I'll be coming back from DEF CON, which is going to be legendary this year. We have so many fun people going. Just like my rooming situation alone is so wild. Like that alone will generate so many stories. So you want to be here for next Friday or next Wednesday, definitely. To quickly answer this, you don't code, but he shows you what he's working on. I'm not a good inspiration for an 11-year-old. I'll be honest. Like the stuff I talk about is way too senior. If he can keep up with anything I'm saying, you have a fucking prodigy kid. Just let him do his thing. Yeah, if an 11-year-old can watch me, that's kind of insane because my stuff's very much like geared towards people who've been coding for 5+ years. So my take is you have nothing to worry about. Just let him do his thing. He'll figure it out. Yeah, don't worry. He sounds like he has it in the bag. The cool thing about code is you can learn it yourself. And if you learn it that well at 11, you're fucking nuts. Yeah. Best of luck to him. He'll be good. Let's raid Shindigs, and I'll see y'all next week. Raid message spam. This is so cool. Did you write it in JavaScript? Copy paste that. Get it in your clipboard. Get it ready to go. Yeah, 5 more seconds to copy that, and then we're raiding. Raiding in 5, 4, 3, 2. Goodbye, nerds. See you next week. And goodbye to YouTube as well.
It's so cool. Do you write in JavaScript?